Today, I'm going to be talking about Daniel Larson and give you all an update on what's going on, as there's some interesting updates since he has went to prison. If you have no idea who Daniel Larson is or what all he has done, I have a series on my channel in a playlist of its own in order of all the episodes from basically the start of his life to now to what has landed him in prison. There's a lot of interesting lore that people get caught up in. For full context of the story, it is important that you watch the full series. Also, a lot of people spread misinformation about Daniel. With all that said, make sure to like and subscribe, as I do videos just like these on other lolcows, internet dramas, and all things around that. Well, the t-shirts update should be soon, maybe hopefully next week if everything goes well. And with all that said, enjoy. Daniel's mom passing and other family lore. Daniel's mom, Elizabeth Shimmer, reportedly passed away, which was said via Larson leak. I think in the past it was talked about her having health issues and etc., but there is no exact proof of the passing, but I would assume this is true. She was a wannabe singer, possibly abused Daniel, but also Daniel abused her back, and also his grandmother. She got diagnosed with lupus, a disease where the autoimmune system attacks the healthy organs, thinking that they're bad. This caused her to end up in a wheelchair. Due to this fact and Daniel's dad, Travis Larson, leaving them, the Colorado government removed Daniel from the home and put him in the Denison Center, where we see the notorious videos of younger Daniel. His mom was online a little bit before she passed, commenting on people like Papa Gut's videos that discussed Daniel. She said that she really loved him but wanted no contact with him due to his actions online. Dad is still alive, and he actually has a stepdad, but no one really knows the status of either. Daniel also has a half-sister named Aurora Larson, who I've shown before on the channel due to her mugshot getting out there online. A criminal family, I guess. She was supposedly arrested for elder abuse, just like Daniel. She is assumed to be from Travis's side and kid. She went to Antelope Valley College in Lancaster, California, attempting to get an art degree. Daniel had two full biological siblings, Joyetta and Olivia Larson, twin sisters that were both born on March 27, 2001, but they died the same day due to a Rh incompatibility, which is when a pregnant woman who is Rh negative carries a baby that is Rh positive. And Rh, if you don't know, is a protein that is found on red blood cells, and when a baby and mother aren't compatible, the mother's immune system will see their connected bloodstreams and view the babies as foreign and create antibodies against it, destroying the baby's red blood cells. Elizabeth would make a song titled Angels, where she would talk about them and constantly post about them on Facebook. One post saying, quote, "I wish heaven had a phone so I could hear your voice again. I thought of you today. That's nothing new. I thought about you yesterday and days before that too. I think of you in silence. I often speak your name. All I have are memories and a picture in a frame. Your memory is a keepsake from which I'll never part. God has you in his arms. I have you in my heart. Repost if you have someone in heaven." But she has seemed to pass away, and later you will see Daniel's reaction to it, which is kind of disappointing. Lil Sippy. Before I go any further, it's kind of important I talk about a new character randomly added into the Larson universe by the name of Lil Sippy. Lil Sippy, or Nicholas Whirling, is a 19-year-old who's turning 20 this year, who has been behind the second jail arc phone calls I'm about to show soon. Nicholas and Daniel were sort of friends for a while, and probably been in contact longer than just the jail arc. This dude has a lot of lore and background of his own though, that really isn't good. He is known for being on a FBI watch list, legally not allowed near schools, and has been charged and acquitted of child abuse. He has had other issues with the law as well, and seemed to be on a crime spree throughout 2022, possibly influenced by his bad home life. In April of 2022, a physical abuse of a child charge due to him, quote, defending himself when he was 17, fighting a 14 to 15-year-old who supposedly started the confrontation. He was tried as an adult due to the age difference. In May of 2022, he wasn't allowed 500 feet near any schools, but this expired in December of 2024. He said in a Reddit Ask Me Anything that, quote, "The judge thinks I am a threat based on some old accusations from 2017 of school-related threats of violence." But he never added any more context to this. In June of 2022, he also was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. In October of 2022, he was charged with a count of bail jumping, but this got dismissed in August of 2024, but he got charged in the same month with the same crime. In October of 2024, it was dismissed again, and the only charges reported since were a criminal charge of a firearm possession. Lil Sippy, other than the Daniel calls, posts some interesting content of himself being a nuisance to police on several occasions, and has a Sonic Chew medallion himself from Christian, so you can kind of assume what might happen in the future. But he is kind of important to this story as he has multiple calls from Daniel while he has been inside of jail. But he also supposedly has letters from Daniel, but there seems to be more proof that these are fake, so I won't even be covering them. Daniel moved to mental facility. Daniel was moved around a little since the last video. He went to one jail in Grady County, Oklahoma. I think that's actually the name of it, Grady County. This place had a few stints coming from 10 years ago or less, one in 2015 of a gang fight breakout causing 11 inmates to be hospitalized. Then there was women guards accused of having sex with inmates, but he is now at Camp MCFFP, located in Springfield, Missouri. It is a mental institution or, quote, federal medical center, so he did get into the institution, which was heavily talked about by him and in the case. It is probably a place full of crazies and actual sick people, so he probably not much of a risk being there, sadly. There might be some risk, but it's not going to be a lot. Supposed to be there for at least 4 months for his evaluation. From the court documents, it seems like they are trying to do some sleazy actions to get the case dismissed, which hopefully won't happen after the evaluation if he isn't deemed competent. But I think in the next month or two, the evaluation ends. I don't know what happens after it, but I hope he stays in there. But Daniel had some interesting things to say from his stays at other places. Daniel's emails from jail. People have supposedly gotten emails from Daniel while he is in jail. One Reddit post from several_recording_29 posted the emails he has gotten, and the subjects are sis, lies, pardon from Biden, and issue, all from December 8th, except the last one, which was from November 17th. The emails say, "My lawyer told me to stop. I am also being transferred this week sometime to Springfield. Also got new meds because they came up with an excuse for my Latuda. Also, I guess Tina called the jail and told me to stop calling. Be careful, there are lies going around that I don't shower because I shower 2 times a day and brush my teeth 3 times a day. I might get a pardon from Biden or Trump because I am independent. I just found out I don't need to get transferred to Springfield. I'm already getting mental health treatment. Also, I'm already getting the same treatment at my current jail. Also, because of my injuries from when I was homeless, that is not mental health. Also, my mental health is fine. I also just found out Grace and Tina are trying to help me get released, but the prosecutor is not working with them. Griffin is in contact with Grace, Tina, and their PR manager. The jail staff have been trying to lie to me about Grace to keep me in jail. Grace also can't move to Colorado until my case gets dropped. Also, the record label contract was never signed due to Bob telling me not to sign it. I got help to make the threats so Bob would understand Grace was never fake. The jail staff keeps trying to mess with my mental health so I can't get released. What needs to happen is I need to cut ties with Bob for now and focus on my life and Grace and I got deemed incompetent due to what my public image is and not my real self. I don't even need mental health help. I just need to be told the truth. Also, the nurse has checked my injuries and I won't be fully healed until a few more years from now. Also, my public defender lied to me about Grace and might not actually be in my right interests. The person never shows like what they say originally to Daniel because it's always like a response to quote subject or whatever, which I kind of wanted to see because I'm curious of what they're talking about, especially with Daniel. He might have just completely ignored what this guy was saying or emailing him and then just said like whatever he wanted back because he is selfish like that. And you can even see on the meds he is still pretty delusional, which is pretty interesting. Some of these do seem like lies though, like him showering 2 times a day and brushing your teeth 3. I just don't see them actually making them shower twice a day. But they might just force them to. Who knows? Another Reddit post from Dork Diaries Bad shows their email that was sent from Daniel. And it says, "My case should be closed because 100% everything was framed by fans and CU staff and government officials for my fame to grow so I can get housing. Bob was not helping and I have skin issues because of sleeping on the streets for so long. and that is not mental illness, so the courts made too many mistakes. Tina was also involved as a witness. I don't know to what point she knows about, but Griffin just admitted to everything as well, so I'm telling the truth. Also, the videos of threats and pictures of kids on my phone was planned so I can get arrested by the feds. That is why I also agreed to being in jail, so things with Grace can be worked out. I don't know why the feds and public defenders don't listen to me. Also just confirmed Grace and I should already have the house and be together, and the police and feds were trying to stop that. Also, my public defender and the Secret Service has told Bob to cut ties with me due to my threats, but Bob might be getting framed as well. Griffin also just told me Grace and Tina are dealing with a lot of legal issues right now due to the situation and can't talk to me until my case is dropped or I become competent, but my public defender is not helping or talking to me, so he is making things worse as well. Again, a lot of delusion. We did talk about medicine earlier, but is still this delusional, so that's kind of I don't know. I think in a way he'll always think that stuff about her is true. Let me know what y'all think in the comments down below about that. I mean, he has been like kind of tricked into this for a long time, so who really knows? But other than that, there's surprisingly no other emails that I have for you all, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if they had to send these via, like, if they had to, like, send money to send emails, or maybe people just don't really care, or they're all getting the same thing. I think he said he gets a lot of these emails and a lot of letters, but he can't respond to all of them for one reason or another. But it seems like even if he is getting medicated, it's not helping yet. But in the past, like whenever he just came out of the hospital or out of jail and he was medicated, he was a bit different. He was a lot more calm and a lot like not. He was still like stupid, but he wasn't as bad off, you know? I guess we'll just have to see what happens soon. Daniel's calls from prison. Daniel has called Clark and Lil Sippy on separate occasions multiple times. All of these calls were recorded, or at least most of them were. The longest section is going to be these phone calls, as that there is like a bunch of like 10 to 15 minute phone calls over the span of like a bunch of times. First, we'll start with Lil Sippy and Daniel's conversation, because Clark's kind of like wraps up everything pretty well. I don't really know if Lil Sippy is like a supporter or a troll. I think he's now seen as a manager, but I really don't know much about him. I don't think really the Reddit or anyone really likes him because I guess of his past. Furthest the calls go back is over 4 months ago, from October 7th of 2024 to November 30th of 2024 in the Lil Sippy saga. The videos of the phone calls themselves don't really have anything to show, so I just won't really be showing the video and you'll just get to see the gameplay. Really quick, I want to apologize for the audio issues because both Lil Sippy and Clark's phone calls have audio issues at some point. I'll put a timestamp to where basically the phone calls are over, and also one thing that you can notice is that they both kind of seem done with Daniel. They both kind of just seem like, you know, they just don't really rock with him anymore. I think everyone's kind of tired of certain stuff that he talks about. Like, you can hear both of them talk about, like, whenever he starts talking about Grace, they're kind of tired of it, and I think a lot more people are kind of just getting tired of Daniel and just hoping that he stays away and such, which you all will see in a moment. So here are the phone calls.
This call is from Daniel Larson. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5. You may begin speaking now.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson.
What's going on, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Hi, I'm doing okay. My lawyer hasn't been getting back to me at all. I haven't spoken to him since early August.
Okay, I was looking on Pacer, and the prosecution has filed a new thing in your case, a new document in your case that says you'll probably be in Springfield by December.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And also my lawyer, for some reason, has been, like, the last time I talked to him, which was early August, right? He told me that I was never in contact with the Vanderwalls or the label, which is false.
You said
because I was in contact with Grace before and her mother.
so. You said that there's something in your discovery for your legal cases confirmed that you were talking to the Vanderwalls or something.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It's confirmed, and there's even conversations in my legal discovery over social media where Tina has admitted to talking with me, which is true, where she's told me to stop listening to the trolls. The issue is, well, I was homeless, right? I had to make my own living. I had to try to survive, and it became a survival thing where I was trying to, like, literally stay alive. And my family, my own family, was manipulating financials. They were telling me to cut ties with Tina, and I accidentally blocked the real Tina, not the impersonators. I accidentally blocked the real Tina, and I lost contact altogether. When I tried to regain contact, I couldn't. You see what I mean?
Yeah. What people? So what?
Big issue is, so Tina wanted me to cut ties with Grace and stop talking to the impersonators and only talk to Grace. And what Grace was doing was she was getting me in contact with her management behind Tina's back. And so Grace got me in contact with everybody. You see what I mean?
Okay.
And then somewhere along the line, when Tina found out, because I reported it to Tina that Grace was actually in contact, once Grace's mother, found out, then Tina started having full-time contact with me.
Wow. Okay.
And then they were saying that I needed to have 5 songs, an EP, before I can get the label deal, which is supposed to be $35 million, or $36 million. It was supposed to be record-breaking deal for 2023, but my family kept saying it was fake and wasn't real. And I tried to get help. That's why I was going on the M1 holds. Okay?
Yeah.
The M1 holds were calling, everybody at the hospitals were calling my family, telling them they needed to get me housing. They refused, and I was put right back on the streets.
Okay.
Well, all this was going on, law enforcement got involved and started telling me I was not in contact with Tina and to block Tina again. And it became a war of who I was in contact with. And so I made the threat, which is why I'm here in prison, in jail. I made the threat to try to put an end to everything and drag everybody into the situation so I can handle things legally.
Yeah, I know that you were emailing me last night talking about when you're going to have a trial. You do understand that you have to, like, they've said you're incompetent to stand trial, and they'll probably hold you until you're competent. You got to kind of put on an act. If I were you, I'd kind of try to put on an act and, act as normal as possible to try to for the psychiatrist to say that you're competent, so you can just go ahead and take a plea deal and get out. Because
yes, which is actually weird because nobody's telling me why I'm incompetent. Like, nobody has been telling me anything. They've been saying that I've been doing things very well and I shouldn't even be in custody. That's the word from the jail.
Do you have any
and psychiatry?
Do you have any idea how long you'll be in Springfield? Are they going to hold you indefinitely until they say you're competent, or what?
That's what my lawyer is shooting for. Is he's saying that they're going to try to make me competent. I never even knew what Grace was even saying behind the scenes, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I figured that Tina was going to try to...
This call is from a federal prison.
I figured that Tina was going to try to stop Grace from having contact with me.
Okay.
And I don't know why.
Well,
You know,
just as you should probably just not mention Grace or Tina to any of the psychiatrists, because I don't think that's really going to help your case.
I don't think it's helping either.
Yeah.
Like, I asked my lawyer for verification on if it was really the real Tina,
He said no.
and he said no.
Oh, okay.
Which is weird because it's confirmed that yes, it was actually them. And I'm not saying that there was a fake involved, but what I'm saying is that I was definitely at one point in contact. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So,
and that's what I needed to clarify. Now that I've clarified that, now I'm concerned about how I can make things better, and everybody else is just going backwards.
Say on the phone, because it could get you in trouble. I'm going to send you that. Have you got the most recent document that was filed in your case, the prosecution's document? I got it packed up, and I was going to send it to you if you haven't already seen it.
I do not. I do have my legal discovery from before I got arrested, but everything after, like conversations and everything after I got arrested, I don't have information on, so I don't know what is being said now that I'm arrested.
Okay, so you don't have any of the new documents that have been filed. I already have the one packed up to send to you, the most recent one filed by the prosecution that kind of details the timeline of when you're going to go to Springfield. But what I want for you is I want you to get out, and I don't want you to sit in Springfield indefinitely. So, there's the old saying, you fake it till you make it. You just got to, realize what makes you sound crazy and not say that, and just fake it until you can be found competent, and then just, take a plea deal. And you've already sat for a long time. They'll probably just give you time served.
Right, and my big fear is I'm afraid that I'm going to have to plead guilty, because the thing is, if I plead guilty, then I don't think I can be with Grace.
Well,
and I think
why do you think that? If you plead guilty, you might be able to get just time served. You might just be able to get out, but you have to be found competent before you can plead guilty, is what I'm saying.
Right, and I'm not saying I'm going to be facing a long time or anything, but I would plead guilty to a felony because I'm in the feds.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying?
But how does it affect?
Grace wants me to travel with her. She goes to London all the time. She goes to Paris. And there are certain countries, if I have a felony, I cannot go to.
Yeah,
and Grace has friends in those countries.
Yeah, there's certain countries. Yeah, I think you can go to London. I think the only main country you can't go with no felony is like Canada.
And Canada's a big one. I think her label's out of Canada, Columbia Records.
So if you,
I think it's out of Canada.
So if you do,
so there would be conflict there.
So if you do end up being found competent, you're gonna try to go to trial and beat get a not guilty verdict on the allegations.
That's what we're trying, and my lawyer has told me that we're trying to get a not guilty. He thinks I'm a victim of the case.
Okay.
As far as trying to make everything work with the Vanderwalls, that's what I'm concerned about now. Because I told my lawyer I'm not going to plead guilty, and I'm not going to even make a decision until I know what's going on with Grace. And unfortunately, the way things are going with my family and the way things are going in my life at this time, I'm thinking about just cutting ties for my safety with my family for the time being.
With Bob and them?
Yeah, because Bob is not helping when I was on the streets. I don't believe he will help once I get out. I don't think he cares about my career. Same thing with my biological dad. And I think as far as my career goes and legal stuff when it comes to my publicity, I think that the Vanderwalls can...
This call is from a federal prison.
The Vanderwalls and her label could definitely help with that and keep me safe.
Okay.
And
you gotta understand that there's a lot of trolls who pretend to be Bob. So, are you actually talking to the real Bob, or are you just talking to the trolls that want to mess with you and pretend to be Bob?
I'm talking to the real Bob.
Okay.
It's verified with my lawyer, and I even know his home address. So
And he's not trying to help you?
he's not. Like, he thought that Grace was fake all along, and that I was never in contact.
Are you still friends with Clark?
I'm trying to be friends with Clark, but he's flip-flopping on a lot of information.
Yeah, I guess the feds are investigating him too. It came to his work. I wouldn't care if the feds investigate me. They already are, but yeah, I guess he's being scaredy. But yeah, I
don't care about the feds too. I'm not scared of them. Like I said, I'm more scared from a legal perspective of trying to make everything work, because I made the threats because I wanted things to work, and I was aware of all the drama and the trolls, and I needed security because I should have had security all along, especially bodyguards. Fans were like actually coming up to me in person.
Yeah, I know you've been dealing with a lot of harassment. What am I going to do once I get out? Yeah, a lot of harassment. But you don't have any idea when you'll be out?
I don't. My lawyer is saying, last I heard, that I'm going for 4 months, and if I get found competent, then I'm going to trial. So he says my trial could be sometime next year, but this is the first time I've heard of Tina trying to stop Grace, and I would like to know more information on that, but I am concerned that things aren't going to work out, because I also know that most of Grace's songs are about me. I've been listening to a lot of her songs. So.
Okay, yeah. Well,
anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you that paperwork. I already sent you some pictures of Billie Eilish, Bad Baby, and Flo Milli. And actually today the pictures of Grace and JoJo and Emma came, so I'm gonna get those to you too. And you still on 23andOne on PC?
Yeah, I'm still on PC.
Okay, you gonna call back?
I'm gonna call back. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, so, I called back.
Hey, yeah.
Anyways, what I was going to also, because my lawyer, like I said, is not getting back to me at all, so I don't know what's really going on with the case or, like, anything like that. But my, I guess, family friend, his name is Bob, who I've talked about on my media a lot. He was paying for a bunch of hotel rooms, right? And he's manipulating, right, a lot of my finances, which is why I was homeless. And he was also trying to control, like, everything I did as far as the type of music I wanted to do, which I did, like, the types of songs that I want to do, but, like, some lyrics he wouldn't want me to put in, whatever. And it kind of, all this issue that I'm in is partially because of him. It's been confirmed that I am the victim in the case. And at this point, I'm waiting on further information as to, like, what's going to happen with the case. I don't know why Tina is so angry or upset at Grace trying to admit that, like, she's in love with me and how she's been in contact. Which, yes, I did make the threats, and I admit to that. I've already admitted to it, so it's no big deal. But I wanted to make it clear that, yes, I was in contact. And I want to make sure that, like, because I've already talked to Clark about it, because it is causing issues. And I've stopped contact with trolls, and I want to make that clear. Anybody who's trolling, I have to cut ties.
Yeah, what if the troll's been trying to say are the trolls just basically saying that you're not in contact with Grace, he doesn't want you and all that?
Yeah, they've been trying to say that I'm not in contact, including, like, law enforcement. Law enforcement, including my lawyer, has been trying to turn me against Grace.
Wow.
Yeah, so my own public defender is on purpose trying to turn me against Grace and trying to say that I'm not in contact when I've been fighting my case, like arguing over the phone with my public defender. Like, look, I have been in contact and I don't care what you're saying because my legal discovery proves, and I'm going based off my legal discovery. And it's actually shocking that I hear that Grace was live and that Tina told her to stop because she needs to get it heard. You know, Grace, if she cares about me, she needs to speak up.
Yeah, I understand. So with PC, do you only get I don't know, one hour out of the cell a day? Are you on 23 and 1?
No, so I'm going to be honest about this. I'm out like any time, but there's no time frame.
Oh.
So like, no, like I could be out today at this time, and tomorrow I might not get out at all. I could be out all day, or I could be out just morning for like an hour, or afternoon for an hour, or even 30 minutes. Last week I was on lockdown for 100 hours straight without getting out.
Do they have tablets or anything for you?
They have tablets, but you have to buy them, so I went ahead and bought it for $150.
Okay, that's good.
So at least I have that, which I had to lie about to my family just to get them to put money on my books for it because they wouldn't do it otherwise. But I've been at least having that. But like,
This call is from a federal prison.
like I said, I was on last week, every single day last week, on lockdown all day long. I never once got out of my 6-foot cell.
You do you have a cellie though?
I have a cellie, and he's great. He sleeps during the day, so I'm kind of by myself. But
Does he know you're famous?
He does, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he also knows that, like, he apparently knows Grace because he watched America's Got Talent.
Oh, wow.
One of the bigger issues that's been going on here at the jail is a lot of these correction officers, they follow me on social media. So there's issues going on at the jail just because I'm so famous. And people don't want to admit that I'm famous. That's another thing.
What are the issues?
Well, apparently there was camera footage from inside the jail unit leaked on the internet. And my lawyer, my public defender, admitted to, actually watching the live stream. Like, he didn't care. Like, he was like, hey, I'm watching your live stream right now of you in jail. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That is...
Like, you're not caring about my case and you're just watching the live stream? Like, what?
That's crazy.
And then, apparently what I do know is Grace ordered the psych eval.
Wow.
So Grace is
the
the one who ordered it. It wasn't the judge. Grace apparently, Tina got notified that I got arrested.
So Grace is involved in the court case now?
She's apparently choosing to be involved, and her mother, I guess, is now trying to take a step back. Like, oh, we shouldn't be involved. It's too much. But the thing is, they've kind of exposed themselves for being in contact.
Huh.
And my own family is like, well, we want things to work out. We want you to be with Grace. We didn't know you were. We thought you were lying. And now I'm kind of the monkey in the middle.
I understand that.
It's very crazy. And, I could see that Tina is upset that I made the threats, but I couldn't just let things escalate further.
You had to make the threats to get attention and help?
Not attention, but I had to...
Call attention to your problems?
Yeah, and I guess put a stop to everything to where it's like, really, I'm going to sacrifice my life for this relationship to work. because I'm tired of all the drama and trolls. I need to know the truth so we can make things work. That's what my mind was thinking.
Wow, Grace's your relationship with Grace, is that important to you?
That it's that important that like I would sacrifice my career for it, and I don't think that Tina sees that.
Okay.
And that was my mindset.
So why does Tina hate you so much? What is her problem?
Well, Grace and I, right? Even though she was 18, we always Grace would call me at work while she was on the job. Okay. Grace would call me. I don't know what was going on. I don't know how much it was affecting her job or what. I know that there were issues with the label, just, because I couldn't verify I was in contact. There was a lot of things going on as far as verifying if it was really them.
Okay.
Grace would say that, like, she couldn't verify because the label wouldn't let her, and then she was like, well, the label doesn't want me in contact, but I'm choosing to be in contact anyways because I love you. And she would also speak in an actual British accent, which
Is she British?
She admits in one of her songs.
This call is from a federal prison.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I knew that because I was listening to her music long before I was even in jail, knowing things because she was leaking information in all of her songs.
You said her songs are about you?
Her songs, if you really listen to it, Lion's Den, Daniel and the Lion's Den, if you know the Bible.
Yeah. But it's not about the Bible, it's about you?
It's apparently about me, and Grace also told me, because when I was younger, I had there was a video I didn't know that was recorded while I was in the restroom, in the shower, and it got leaked online.
From the jail?
And no, just at my own house.
Oh, okay.
Foster. And it got leaked on the internet. And from my understanding, Grace made the music video, which she was trying to make it clear that, yes, she was in contact and knew about it. And then Grace also was like, I want a man who can shower. He wanted to make sure I showered. So I do believe that Grace was a big factor in a lot of it and a lot of my publicity. And I'm not 100% sure if it was an impersonator, but I know that it got to a point to where she was demanding just pretty much me go live anytime, really, just because we needed the publicity so I could get off the streets. And then, which didn't help my mental health.
So what was it that you emailed me about? You said something like Joe Biden wants you to be vice president, or so he can lower the age?
So apparently, I'm still learning this, but one of the correction officers came up to me here at the jail and talked to me about how Donald Trump wanted me to be his vice president, because if he becomes president and I'm vice president, he can make it legal for me to be vice president at my age.
Wow. So
similar to what he's doing with this felony thing that he had. He can make it legal.
So has that hit the news? Is that on the news that he wants you as vice president?
I don't know, but I've had one of the correction officers, like I said, come up to me talking about it, how they heard about it on the news.
Wow.
And I said I denied it. I didn't want to because I knew that it would be too much at the time, because this was back in 2023.
You think you could
when
handle...
he was first starting his campaign.
Do you think you could handle being vice president now?
If I knew a lot of information, yes. But the thing is, I've learned over time, just with my current case that I'm facing, I don't always know a lot of information. So I have to investigate things myself. I have to make a lot of guesses whether it's right or wrong.
But being vice president would get you out of jail, wouldn't it?
It would get me out of jail.
Yeah. Okay.
But the thing is, I can't, I'm kind of in a situation where I'm kind of, finding out that almost everything was true. But anyways, time's almost up. I will try to call you when I can.
Maybe tomorrow? You think you'll be able to call me tomorrow?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll get those pictures sent off to you. Who are you going to vote for this year, though? Trump or Kamala?
I'm not voting because I am in custody. I can't.
Oh.
They're not doing it.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, talk to you soon, man. Stay calm.
All right.
Hello.
Hello?
What's going on?
Hey, so what did you find out?
Find out about what?
Your email that you sent me this morning told me to call back and that you found out new information.
About Grace?
Yes.
That wasn't this morning. That was the old email from yesterday morning. But I don't have new information on Grace. But I do have information that so basically these you know that your music has been all over the radio, right?
I did not know that it's all over the radio, no.
They've been it's not just the US. I guess they've been playing it even in like China and places like that. But especially the one song, what's it, Roaring Thunder?
Yeah, I know.
It's all over the radio. It's all in the clubs and stuff. And basically these, I don't know why, but I'm getting a lot of feedback. My voice is echoing on the phone for some reason, but I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but there's these very famous rappers called Chief Keef and Lil Durk, and they just went on the Joe Rogan podcast, and they basically said how much they want to collab with you. They want to do a collaboration, like an EP.
Lil Durk
Chief Keef and
wanting a collaboration.
Have you ever heard of them?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I used to have contact with them.
Really?
So that confirms things even more. That's crazy.
Well, they said they basically went on Joe Rogan and said they want to help you. Ever since King Von died, O Block has been so poor, and they say they want to collab with you to help save O Block, and at the same time, Chief Keef is connected with Donald Trump. Chief Keef performs at Trump rallies. I don't know why. I guess to try to get the younger vote.
Yeah, that explains the Donald Trump situation, because Chief, you're right, he performs at the Donald Trump rallies.
Yeah. So basically on the podcast, like they were saying that they want to collab with you. They want to hop on a remix of Roaring Thunder, and they also want to do a collab album, but they can't get in contact with you to get the permission to do the remix and to get you on the collab album. And they
right, because I'm in jail.
Yeah, but I would think they would be able to get in contact with a manager or something. What label are you signed to?
So right now I was supposed to be signed with Columbia Records, but I'm in here on threats, and I also made threats towards their record label.
So they dropped you as a client?
Yeah, because I never actually signed a contract. Grace was signing, I guess, the contract on my behalf because I asked her to, but I didn't know if it was actually done yet or not, because I was told by Grace I didn't need to sign a contract since I was dating her. It's automatic.
But has Grace been in contact with Chief Keef and Lil Durk?
I don't know. Since I've been arrested, I have not heard any information, and my lawyer, like I said yesterday, has even told me that I'm not in contact with Grace, I'm not dating her. My lawyer's trying to turn me against what is going on. So I don't know. I knew that my song Roaring Thunder was on the radio because I heard it one time on Denver radio station 101.1. which is like...
This call is from a federal prison.
It's an iHeart radio variety station. I've heard it one time this year on there. And I also heard Grace on there doing, I guess, something where she was talking about a collaboration.
Okay. But you haven't talked to Grace since you've been locked up this time?
I have not spoken to Grace in probably around a year, maybe more. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to get confirmation on who was who.
Do you think she's kind of over you at this point, or what do you think's going on?
I don't know what's going on with my lawyer.
I'm talking about Grace. Is Grace still in love with you?
Yeah. So Grace was, back when I was in contact with her mother, Tina, Grace's mother, told me to stop contact with her daughter. And I said, do you realize that Grace has been in contact with me all along? And Tina said, well, okay, Grace is with me right now. Let me check. So she checked with Grace and found out that it was actually true. And then at that time, I've been in contact with Tina on and off ever since.
Yeah,
until I got arrested.
Yeah, they've been really putting Grace's name through the dirt for, I guess, because they're jealous. I think they're mad that you're famous and that Grace is in love with you, and that they're not famous and they don't get any girls. But they've been really trying to make up bad rumors about Grace, saying she's a white supremacist and just crazy stuff. And it's all.
Yeah, I know. I've heard a lot as well about like other controversy going around that, but it's confirmed it's not true. So.
Okay.
But anyways, I appreciate you letting me know that. Do you know what time or like estimated like what month it says I'm supposed to get transferred?
Yeah, December.
It says November?
No, December.
December.
That's just the estimate. That's what the what's it called? Like the stuff that the documents the prosecution has filed. So like I guess the psych ward part of MCFP Springfield, like they only have a limited, finite amount of beds. And I guess they're full right now, and basically like based on how many people are leaving right now, they estimate that like you're on the wait list, and they estimate that like your spot in the wait list will to be transferred will be in December, but it could be earlier, it could be later, just depending on how many people get transferred out of Springfield's psych ward. Or it's actually like a prison, but it's a psych ward within a prison. So it could be earlier, it could be later, but the estimate that the prosecution gave was December.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And another thing is, so my lawyer, my public defender, told me that I don't have to necessarily get on medication if I don't want to. There's like other resources and classes I can take that will count towards my court.
Well, yeah, that's probably true, but if you get on medication, it would probably look better for you to be found competent.
Right. I was actually on medication on and off when I was making a lot of the threats. So that was not like the medication I was on is a big factor on why I made the threats.
So do you think that it's you were just on the wrong meds? Are you open to taking different meds?
I don't think it was on the wrong meds. I think that like there's certain medication where it's like it tries to slow down my mind racing. The issue is if my mind slows down too much, then I just can't think at all. I can't even perform because I can't think. And then there's other medications where it's like a mood stabilizer. But the thing is, if I can't feel my feelings, You see what I mean? Then
Yeah.
I'm not happy.
What about any? Have they put you on any antipsychotics?
No, they haven't, and I don't even know if my medication or my health will even work with those because I've never been asked anything about it.
Okay.
Like, I've been going
You might want to talk to them about antipsychotic medications. That might be a better fit than the mood stabilizer.
Okay. All right. And then also, I guess my lawyer, my public defender, nobody is telling me why I am getting transferred. Like, as far as a psych eval, I knew that, but like, as far as what's going to make me competent, nobody is telling me, and like I said, nobody's talking with me about my case. Hey, I got new information from Griffin Clark.
Okay. What was that?
So apparently there was a time where I met up with somebody who was in contact with him. When I met up with the guy in downtown Denver who was staying at the Brown Palace, he accidentally told me that his name was Jacob Vanderwall, Grace's brother. And then immediately said, oops, and then told me some random name.
So was he Grace's brother?
Yeah, so somebody met up with me in downtown Denver back in 2023, claiming to be Grace's brother.
And
But then all of a sudden told me that it wasn't like oops, pretty much said the word oops as if he forgot that he shouldn't tell me.
So he was the real.
I believe he was the real Jacob Vanderwall, but was told not to say it, and he accidentally did.
But was he spying on you or something?
He might have been spying.
Oh my God.
And not only that, I still don't have any information from Clark or Griffin on the actual relationship, but I exposed him I think I exposed him for hanging up calls on me. And whenever I say something that is true, he either hangs up on me or he doesn't answer the next day or tells me, hey, I'm busy, I need you to call back the next day.
You said Clark does?
Clark does. So it seems like he's doing things behind the scenes.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Clark, but there's been a new video that I don't think it's real. It might be real. I don't think it is. But they basically said that someone snuck into one of your court dates and recorded. I guess someone was reading your search history off. They say it's your search history, and it's got over 60 million views on TikTok. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, no, I am aware that people have been sneaking into court. I am more than aware of it.
But they said that. Just let me show you. Let me have you listen to it. They say that this is the detective reading off your search history.
So there's fucking Puerto Rican. There is little girl porn, little girl stretching, Nazi flag patch sale, Nazi patch for sale, Antifa porn, little girls in swimwear, little girls rape porn, Ava Braun, Hitler birthday, girl school shooter porn, ghetto Hispanic porn, nudism, little girls, 6-year-old girl pussy, little girl pussy medical pic, HIV positive porn, rape porn choking, Asian nudist little girl, Mexican and white porn, school shooter porn, little girls kissing, going on to page 5, I smell N-word, midget porn, tomboy porn.
Is that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is that real or?
I do have insider information that is also pretty sketchy. I was supposed to have court 2 different times. And both times I was told it got canceled after I was already taken out.
So do you think
And
they've
my
been having court without you?
I believe they might have been having court without me. None of that is true. And I don't know why they're saying that.
Oh. Do you think that's
I
actually from a court date of yours, or is that just fake?
I don't know.
Do you want to hear the rest of it?
I don't know, but I do recognize the voice being... I don't know, but
This call is from a federal prison.
it might be real because I do know that one of the judges sounded similar. So I don't know, but I do know that the actual court itself was leaked.
Okay.
But what I can say is people are like hacking my email. I believe Daniel McDougal was trying to get actual access to my email and was trying to like stop my relationship. I believe people are trying to stop my relationship with Grace.
I think they are. I think
trying to hack my
what is the
account.
dude's name? He goes by World of T-shirts. Isn't his name like Joshua something?
Yes, and also I've heard things before I got arrested from him saying that like he was going to do. I don't know, but what he said was that he was going to try to mess things up.
I think he's trying to do something to basically steal your music. Well, it's obviously he's trying to steal your music, but I think he's trying to steal Grace through stealing your music. He just dropped this song, and it sounds exactly like Roaring Thunder. I mean, the cadence is exactly the same. You line them up on a DAW, the cadence is it's uncanny.
Holy crap! So you're saying somebody might be impersonating me?
He's not even impersonating you. He's taking your song and trying to take it as his own. And people have been accusing him of that. And he went on the No Jumper podcast with Adam 22, and Adam 22 brought up the allegations. And World of T-shirt said he never even knew you. He's like, I haven't heard of Daniel Larson.
What the fuck?
But everyone knows that in the old deleted videos, you and him even met.
I was with him. Yes.
So
what the fuck?
He's like, Daniel Larson, the name sounds familiar. I might have heard of him. But
no, this explains everything. Like I'm a victim of everything. I shouldn't even be in custody altogether. No wonder my mental health was affected. Because I knew something was up when it came to my music stuff. But also what I needed to let you know is apparently Clark, a.k.a. Griffin, said he was going to meet up with me when I get to Missouri because he lives 2 hours away.
Where does he live?
Apparently Missouri.
Oh, okay.
And so if I go to Missouri and I meet up with him, I don't know if that's a threat in a way or not. But he says that he's going to meet up with me.
Why would he be threatening you?
I like I said, I don't know if it is or not. But like I said, I know that like he said he's going to meet up with me.
Well, don't you think he might try to get on your visiting list?
That's what he's trying to do.
So why would that be a threat, though?
Because I don't know if he's trustable or not. Like,
I mean, I don't think Clark is trustable. Didn't he trick you into think you were going to college?
Yes.
So I wouldn't trust somebody like that.
And now he's saying that the Vanderwalls are fake, but yet everything he's saying is right with my legal discovery. So
I thought you said that your legal discovery, bro. I thought you said your legal discovery confirmed that you were in contact with the Vanderwalls and it was all real.
Yes, and Clark got me in contact. Clark, a.k.a. Griffin, got me in contact with the Vanderwalls.
Okay.
That's how it all started.
Okay. Well, just try to keep yourself calm. How have you been getting along with the other guys on the trio?
I've been doing fairly good. I mean, I'm just super concerned about what's going on with my lawyer because if I got if I got attacked or something, because he hasn't gotten back to me in months, It's more of like, I don't know if he would even care if I got, assaulted or something, if he would even get notified.
You said
Which
that
it's a safety concern towards
they're
me.
not. But I thought you said that they're not even letting you call them.
They're not even letting me, exactly. I actually talked to the case manager here at the jail, who's the person supposed to be scheduling, and he moved the date out. I cannot call for more than 2 weeks now because he's going on vacation.
So there's only special days that you can contact them?
Yeah, anyways, I gotta go. They're locking me down for the night.
All right, have a good night. You gonna call tomorrow?
This is crazy information that you're giving me. I recognize the voice from being the courts.
Okay, you gonna call tomorrow?
I'm gonna try to call tomorrow.
All right, have a good night, bro.
All right, bye. Hey, so I can talk for a little bit right now?
Okay.
If you're available.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I haven't been able to check my emails because I'm completely out of money again. So I'm kind of waiting until I can get more. So I can't check the emails. I can't really send any mail because I'm completely out.
Well, what about the phone? How can you call on the phone though?
Phone calls are free.
Oh, that's nice. They don't have indigent packets or anything?
I guess they do, but that's for people that don't get money, and I do.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Who's been putting money on your books, Bob?
Yes.
Okay.
But he's not going to be able to do much more because he believes I should be out, and he's running out of money fast. But anyways, so everything that you are saying about Interscope Records sending me, trying to get me on contract along with Columbia Records, Taylor Swift being involved, all of that is true. Because Clark was saying, a.k.a. Griffin, was saying exactly the same thing. My family, Bob and my disability housing services that I was in, they never believed any of it. So if this is all real, then this is major because I shouldn't even be in custody.
So you're not going to do the verse on the Taylor Swift song from jail?
I can't, fortunately. I have to wait on all music until I'm out of custody.
Oh, why is that?
And that he was a big, big factor in everything.
Yeah.
He got me in contact, and I think he even for a while was trying to date Grace behind my back.
That's what I don't understand. How dare he try to steal your girl from you?
I don't know. I don't know at all, but it really, really kind of fucked up everything.
That's insane. So he was just trying to be your friend because he knows that Grace is in love with you, and he was trying to get it in with Grace that way.
I guess, yeah. I think he saw that Grace was in love with me, and he tried to use me to get to her.
That's insane.
I think. I don't think anything really happened. I don't know, but I do know that there was a bunch of issues along that line.
Wow. Any updates from Grace lately?
I don't have her number. I don't have any of her contacts. Everything is on straight up hold.
Okay.
Like my lawyer, I haven't spoken to my lawyer since I've last told you that I did. Everything is fucked. Like, I haven't heard any new updates. All my updates are from you, and you only.
Okay. Yeah, have you...
So that's how bad things are right now.
I'm trying to think. Okay, you sent me the one letter that I don't think I got back to you on. It was...
Yeah.
Can I ask you a few questions? Is the clit the same hole females pee from? No. They pee from their urethra. Is a gag reflex normal when you're about to come? I don't think so. No. Is pre-cum thick and sticky like regular cum?
Say that again. I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Well, you don't remember the letter?
This call is from a federal prison.
Do you remember the letter you sent with all the questions?
Yeah, that was not fully me. Other people are sending letters from the jail as well.
With your name on them?
Yes.
And they weren't like authorized by you? You didn't tell them to write them?
They were helping write the letters, but they just, they were sending letters behind my back as well. I don't know 100% what they were saying. Other people have, I told them, hey, can you write my letter for me? They would write it, and then they would just, from there just send it. So I don't know what everything...
Why don't you write your own letter?
Just because, don't have a lot of time. I'm just trying to get a hold of my lawyer. Like I said, I haven't even heard from him. I'm either, just really busy, and just things are not working at all. I haven't heard anything from anybody.
Okay.
So I'm I've been filing reports. I've been doing nothing but trying to figure out even what's going on.
The questions in that letter weren't from you?
No, I haven't received any of your letters other than just the one that had the picture of, or the 3 pictures or whatever. I think 5 something of Grace.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the only one I got.
So the update I have for you for your case is that the judge is probably going to. The judge said that she's probably going to dismiss your case if you're not moved to Springfield by the end of December.
Okay.
Because there's a 4-month period that they're authorized to evaluate you, and it doesn't start until you move to Springfield. So basically,
right, and well, I also have information on that. I was supposed to be moved before November.
Yeah, you were, but they don't have a bed date. They don't have enough room for you in the psych part of MCFP Springfield. But your lawyer's basically saying that your speedy trial rights are being violated.
They are. Then my case should be dropped.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to take my case to speedy trial already.
Yeah.
And I've been told I can't.
Your lawyer.
So my case should be fully dropped by now.
Yeah, your lawyer tried to argue to get it dropped right now, and the judge said that she's not going to drop it right now, but if you still haven't been transferred by the end of December, she will probably drop the case completely.
Okay, that's good news.
But then if you do end up getting transferred before the end of the year, you have to be at Springfield for 4 months to get evaluated, and your case won't get dropped. So just hope that you don't get transferred.
Right. I've been taking, I guess, therapy here. I just signed up for therapy here at this jail too, which is supposed to count for therapy. So maybe I don't even have to get transferred because I'm just doing therapy here.
Well, it's not really therapy that they're trying to do. They're trying to evaluate you to see if you're likely to become competent anytime soon.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that entails. My public defender is saying all it is just therapy, but that's what he's saying.
So you'll be there for 4 months, and then if the doctors don't think you're likely to become competent anytime soon, then they're going to try to civilly commit you under Colorado state law.
Right.
Yep. So my advice to you would be when you get out, just stay off the internet as much as you can, or stay away from the people on Reddit, bro. Because I've noticed
that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm just gonna kind of lay low. I've already made that decision.
Yeah, the people. It's such a big dichotomy, a big difference. You look at the TikTok people, the TikTok fans of you, they love you. You look on Reddit, they all hate you.
It's all hate.
It's all hate on Reddit. So, and these are
then also one more thing. Grace is supposed to be looking at houses and getting houses for us, or a house for us in Colorado, and she was supposed to do that back earlier this year. I don't have any updates. I don't know if she's even done that.
Okay. Well, good for you. I hope you move in with Grace. If you do, or if you don't, I'm just saying it would be a good idea to just not put any personal information on the internet like you were before. Because you were.
All right.
You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm just trying to help you.
I feel like I shouldn't even be transferred to the psychiatric place because I've already talked to psych here, and I said, like, I don't even really want to be posting my life on social media. I just want to do straight-up music. And
This call is from a federal prison.
some acting so I could get back into my acting stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't want to post my everyday life. I ended up doing that to stay alive while homeless. I don't want to just keep doing that because that's what the issue is.
Definitely.
And then also, apparently, there's deep fakes going around of me. That's a big, scary thing, too.
There's, there was that, I think I just figured out that recording of Bob was fake. Bob was never making money off of your, like, Daniel Larson costumes. That was
I think it is. I think it's all fake. And I think it was made to try to throw me off to get me arrested.
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of the threats came from anger, from trolls. And you were kind of enabling the trolls by posting everything online. And if you would just stay silent on the internet, or you could still post, just don't pay attention to the comments and stuff. And don't post anything personal. You'd be fine, but you kind of post like where, what restaurant you're at, and then they call the restaurant and try to say that you're gonna run around naked or something,
Right, well, yeah, like why would fans, or not really fans, but haters of my fan base, right, call restaurants and tell them I'm going to run through the restaurant naked?
Well,
like
I would suppose it's because they're jealous of your relationship with Grace, but I don't know.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they are jealous of my relationship with Grace, and they're just trying to create bigger issues.
Yeah.
But anyways, I just thought I would give you a call. Also, can you send me what we were talking about yesterday on the phone?
You want the address and phone number of the CEO of Interscope Records?
Yeah, I need like the actual proof so I can show my lawyer.
Okay, I can try to get you that guy's number. I still have some more photos of Grace and JoJo and Emma to send you. I know you wanted some of Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande, but I'm probably just gonna send you the rest of the ones. I have a lot more of Grace and JoJo Siwa and Emma Watson. I'll just probably send those until I'm out of those, if you want.
And then,
what do you do with the pictures? Do you put them up on your wall, or?
I kind of put them up on my wall, stuff like that.
Yeah, you could just hang them on your wall with toothpaste. That's what I did when I was in jail. Just put them on the wall with toothpaste.
Yeah, I gotta go. I don't have much more time. There's a line for the phone, and I'm only out till 3 today.
Okay.
But it's good to know that if I don't get transferred, then they'll drop the case by December.
Yeah, end of December,
The end of December, because that would be great if I could be with family.
Yeah.
My family for
Bob
the first...
I would hope
for
that.
the first month, for the first Christmas at least, in a couple months. I mean, a couple of years.
Definitely.
That would be great, because I just haven't been with them at all.
Yeah. So anyway, have a good day, and I'm hoping the best for you. That's the updates I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye now.
Bye.
What's going on?
I don't have much time to talk, but I was able to talk to Bob, and he is concerned about me possibly getting released, my case dropped or whatever. He is saying that it would be best if I could try to get it to where they drop it in November. So I'm not quite sure how we can try to figure out how we can, get that.
I don't think they're gonna drop it in November, honestly.
I don't think they will either, but he's concerned about if they drop the case, then I'm not getting the help with housing. I'll be right back on the streets. And case management here says I have to be sentenced to be able to get the resources. Otherwise, it's court ordered. So everything is kind of he said, she said.
You don't have to be locked up to get affordable housing, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you said Bob is worried about the case getting dropped in November instead of December?
Well, he wants the case to get dropped in November. He says I'm innocent. It also to a point to where he's pissed off at Tina. He's the complete opposite of the Vanderwalls. He's pissed off at Tina for not moving with Grace, or Grace moving to Colorado, not owning up to their word. And I'm kind of the monkey in the middle, which is what led to this entire situation, with me even being in custody.
Yeah.
Bob was going to try to help get me housing.
And where's Bob live? Where's Bob?
He lives in Denver.
Denver. So, he hasn't come to visit you at all?
Nope.
Have you tried to get him on your visiting list?
Yeah, and he's also sick right now, so he can't even visit. He's sick with something, I don't know what, but he is unable to even really do much right now.
Is he gonna get better?
Yeah, I know, he's gonna get better. We're trying to figure out what it even is. I don't think he's went to the doctor or anything. He says it's like a common cold.
To me, it just feels like you're going to get moved to Springfield soon, so you would probably want to visit him. I don't know, when he gets better, will he be able to visit you in Springfield, or is that too far of a drive?
That's way too far of a drive. Like, at that point, I don't even think he would be that much of a help anymore. He does not want me being transferred whatsoever. He says I'm innocent and he needs the case dropped. And he's blaming everything on Tina and Grace.
How do you know that you're talking to the real Bob and not a troll pretending to be Bob?
Because I've like I said, I've been with him in person.
Okay.
But he's just blaming 100% everything. I've shown him like actual texts before I got arrested of what Grace was.
This call is from a federal prison.
He's a witness.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just looked it up, and it looks like Denver to Springfield drive is like 11 and a half hours.
And he would never do that. He's not that type of person. He doesn't even care. It's a mess. I mean, like, my safety is being completely violated in here. It's already been violated. I've filed multiple reports. I don't even have shampoo anymore. I haven't had shampoo in over a couple months. There's like literally stuff inside the jail, like lights that are constantly out. Our sale is like, everything is just falling apart. So who knows? Like I said, things are just really, really up and down. More down than up.
Did you get my email I sent you though?
I did. I'm still waiting on Bob to even send me the money. He's complaining about it, so.
Okay.
I can't even get enough money on my books to even pay fines right now, if I got any. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying everything I can, but I'm just not being given a chance, and I've never been given a chance, which sucks.
Yeah, I know you were talking about before that you have to get all the numbers approved, but I feel like if it's your lawyer's number, you shouldn't have to get it approved. You should probably just be able to call it without getting it approved. If it doesn't work, you could probably just put in a request slip to the CO saying, hey, this is my lawyer's number.
Just to let you know, I do have to go on lockdown. There is one more thing. Can you send me Grace's or her mother's contact or something?
I can try to get that for you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I can see I don't know who I will ask, but I can see here at the jail if it's approved or not, and I'll be able to verify that.
Grace and Tina's number approved, or the lawyer's number?
Grace and Tina, and I guess Columbia Records.
Okay, I already got the Columbia Records info. Try to find Tina's info for you. If
okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. They're putting me on lockdown.
All right, have a good night, bro.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey, right. I think that PERK, aka Griffin, because he got me in contact with Grace originally, which somewhere along the line he started trolling.
Yeah.
So I believe that he was trying to troll me to end up getting to Grace, so Grace could end up dating him instead of me.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I could see that making sense.
Yeah.
Right. Tina has always been, I guess, one day she's okay, one day she's another. I think she didn't quite believe or understand what was going on, and they wanted to help, but they didn't know how. And then Grace was already like, "Oh, let's move on with the relationship." And I think in the end, she was moving too quickly, and I was moving too quickly.
I mean, that makes sense.
If that makes sense. And then Tina wasn't even really notified, so she was notified last minute. And they were like, "Oh, now we have to figure out what we're going to do." And I don't think they even knew what to do.
Yeah.
But and then also another strange thing Griffin did. I don't even know if this was really him or what. But when I was in contact with Tina and Grace, somewhere along the line, I got my number leaked, my phone number, and a bunch of underage celebrities started messaging me. So I believe that Griffin, a.k.a. Clark, was trying to do something that he shouldn't have done and tried to get me into legal trouble. I don't know. But, yeah, they tried to get me in contact with Izzy Simpson from America's Got Talent, Charlotte Summers from Britain's Got Talent, and a bunch of others, including JoJo Siwa.
Well, JoJo Siwa is an adult.
Well, JoJo Siwa is an adult. Taylor Swift's an adult. Ariana Grande is an adult. But that could also explain the collaboration that Taylor Swift wants to do, because she wanted me on her Eras tour, and I turned it down because I was homeless. And I really shouldn't have done that. I straight up told her, like, I can't confirm anything because you're not, showing yourself on camera. You're not doing anything. And so I don't know if I can confirm who you are.
Yeah.
And so I turned it down, and sure enough, I found out like a month later her Eras tour was actually a real thing, and I was like, what the hell?
That's crazy.
So I was not given all the information, and there was some other weird stuff going on where it was like, which I guess isn't really a bad thing, but Darcy wanted to be on Grace's tour at some point.
Oh, wow.
Like Grace's, or a world tour that Grace wanted to do or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, but it was weird, and there was a bunch of other celebrities that wanted to go, but they were all underage. And the tour wasn't supposed to be for like another 2-3 years.
Yeah.
So,
if you would have accepted, if you would have went on tour with Taylor Swift, though, I'm pretty sure they would have given you housing.
If I would have just agreed to the Taylor Swift tour, I'm pretty sure that they would have. But also, you know that video I told you about of Bob and the phone call where he's like saying, fuck Daniel, I hate him. I'll make sure I give a little bit of money to him at a time, but not all.
Yeah.
And he claimed it was photoshopped or AI.
Yeah.
I believe that is actually real. And the reason why I believe it is real is back in 2023, around the time that it says that Grace was in contact with me and Tina, Bob took me to the bank and told me to stay in the car Well, Bob went inside and transferred money into my account. He's never done that before. That was the only time he's ever done that. And surprisingly enough, that one time he didn't want me going in because he didn't want to see something or whatever, right? Or me to see something. And it wasn't till that afternoon when I asked him while I was in the car, like, hey, why didn't you let me go inside? And he wouldn't say a thing. He was silent, and I just shut my mouth completely. But he's never done that. He's always wanted me to go into the bank with him. So I believe he might have signed the contract on my behalf without my permission.
I don't know, Bob. It seems like Bob really cares about you a lot. I don't know if he would do something like that.
Right, and I don't know because I don't have evidence. That's the thing. I don't have evidence to say he did or didn't.
Don't you think if he was stealing from you, the feds doing all their investigation on you would have picked up on that too, and he would have gotten in trouble?
I think they would, and I think they would have also picked up on Griffin, and they never did. So, but anyways, I'm getting locked down for the night. I will be out again tomorrow, and I will try to either call you, depending on if I have time, or I'll call the label. And I'll send you an email instead. All right.
Have a good night.
All right. You too. Bye.
Bye. What's going on?
Hey, label.
Nice.
CEO.
Were you able to get your lawyer's number approved?
Not, well, it should be. I put it in the computer this morning for the phones. It should be either tonight or tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Do you know at all, like, I know Interscope Records was in contact with me previously and wanted to hire me. Do you know at all what's going on with Columbia Records at all? Because I was also in contact with them and Grace's Entertainment Management, LBI.
You mean BMI?
LBI.
It's LBI? I haven't heard of LBI. I've heard of BMI, not LBI. But,
Weird. Okay.
I can, hold on. Let me try to look up what is LBI.
LBI Entertainment.
LBI Entertainment. Oh, it came up. Okay. Huh. Interesting.
And they are Grace's management, from my understanding. And I've been in contact with them for the past, 5 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, BMI is Broadcast Music Incorporation, so I guess, I don't know, I was getting them mixed up. But yeah, I don't think I've heard anything about Columbia besides what you told me, that it's Grace's label and stuff. And
okay.
I guess Interscope and Columbia are fighting over you and, their whole thing.
Yeah, I know that. Okay.
All right. Have you been talking to your lawyer or anybody lately, or no?
Nope, I haven't heard anything. But anyways, besides that, I mean, really no progress, no nothing here at the jail. I mean, it's the same it was last week and the week before and the week before that.
You just gotta wait to go to Springfield. Once you get to Springfield, you have 4 months to do there, and then.
Well, that's if I get transferred, right? Because if I don't, by the end of November or the end of December, right? End of December, then my case gets dropped, right?
Yeah, that's what the judge said. The judge said she'll probably drop your case at the end of December if you're not moved to Springfield by then.
Okay, because I was talking to the jail, and they don't have me next on the list either, and they don't know when the next bus is, and I'm not even on that list.
But if you do end up, all I'm saying is if you do end up going to Springfield, you'll be there for, I think, 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know that. If I do get transferred, I'll be there for 4 months. But I talked to the jail here, and I talked to the caseworker and the social worker here at the jail, and they're all just saying that I am not being transferred yet, and I'm not anywhere close on the list. So
I think in the court papers I was looking at, it said
sometime in November is their estimate. So it didn't say when.
Well, I would have to see the nurse first, because the nurse sees all people a week prior to them being transferred, and the nurse said that I'm nowhere near on the list.
So maybe towards the end of November is what they mean. I don't know. It just says November.
Well, the end of November is Thanksgiving.
Yeah. So.
And they're not going to be doing transfers at Thanksgiving. If anything, it would be the first or second week in December, or it would be this next bus, and they don't even have the next bus on the list because of all the election stuff. They're just delaying it, and I guess Boeing as well is having issues because the people that do transfers are Boeing.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. That's all we can do at this point.
Yeah, so we're just playing this waiting game right now, and besides that, I mean...
It sucks, but
it sucks.
That's all it is.
Yep. I mean, at this point, I think everybody prefers my case gets dropped, but we don't have any power over that, so...
If it's so tough for you to deal with, if Tina's being such a, idiot and making stuff so hard for you, why don't you just, forget about Grace for now and just focus on yourself?
I agree. I mean... I think me and Tina just got off on the wrong foot, and because I was homeless, I just wasn't thinking straight. And I think if she was able to talk to me now, things would be completely different.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, all I think it is just a waiting game and see what happens.
Yeah, I doubt that Grace will do anything to contact you while you're in jail.
I mean, if she does, it's up to her.
Yeah.
It's up to her. I mean, she's her own adult.
And she's
her own person. So in the end, it's up to her.
But
if Tina doesn't want her to, she needs to realize that, if she wants to talk to me, she can talk to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what Tina says. She's not...
This call is from a federal prison.
She's not a minor anymore.
Yeah, but...
Does.
Yeah, TikTok...
I mean, at this point, I know what's going on. I know everything on what's going on. I understand it. I mean, I believe it's all just, a bunch of... And I really should be released from custody.
Yeah.
And I need to be able to be given a chance. But I just can't get back out without a safety regulation or something. I have to, really try to figure out how things are going to work once I get out. That's kind of where things are now.
You think you have problems controlling your anger?
Not really. I mean, when I was homeless, being out in 20-degree weather, of course I'm not going to be doing that great.
Yeah.
My anger overall, I don't really have anger issues. I can take a lot of stress.
Yeah. But you don't think that sometimes you get angry and you do stuff without thinking, like make threats or something that you...
No. I made the threats because I was terrified and I was confused on why the record labels weren't paying me. And Bob kept telling me that I was never in contact with the record labels. And I was never in contact with Grace. And I was being told that by the FBI, too.
Do you trust Bob now?
Be honest, I really don't. I only trust the facts that I have, the proof that I have.
Yeah.
That's what I trust. Because I am the only person that lived that situation, and I was the one that was actually receiving the text and was receiving the things that I know now.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
I see what you mean.
So,
what was going on?
I made the threats to try to get help. I went on M1 holds, mental health holds.
Yeah.
I went to homeless shelters, and apparently the police are saying another thing is the police in reports in my legal discovery were saying that, like, I was hanging out with Dalen Clark, right?
Yeah, I remember him.
The guy in Boulder, and how he made threats as well or whatever.
Yeah.
I was at a homeless shelter with him. I had no choice to, be surrounding him. He was surrounding me because we were at the homeless shelter together. And I'm getting judged by the police for that.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's messed up. You just gotta make sure your lawyer doesn't let them use that against you in court.
Right, and the same thing, they're using the fact that, like, I was in disability services already, and using people in disability services to target me is absolutely ridiculous. That's targeting not only me, that's targeting them too. Yeah. That's not okay.
That's crazy. Why did you always, on YouTube, why would you always respond?
Just to let you know, I gotta go. The call's about to break up and lunch is here.
Okay, all right.
I'll try to talk to you here in a little bit, or in a couple days, all right?
Okay, just call me when you get the chance. Have a good lunch.
All right, you too. Bye.
All right,
bye. To block this call, you may begin speaking now.
What's good? Okay. Hello?
Hey, I don't have long to talk. I only have about 2 minutes I can talk. Yeah, and then also I tried to talk to Bob earlier today about me and my release, seeing if he can, or seeing if I can get out in November instead of December, because if I get released in December, let's just say, then I'm not going to have time before Christmas to get my new state ID and to get back on my feet, even though I have money in my bank account now, because I've been in custody. And Bob was trying to say on the phone that, like, yeah, I have money in my bank account, but I'm still going to need help financially, because it's not a lot of money. It's like 1 month of an apartment.
Yeah.
Which he needs to realize, right? And I don't think a lot of people realize this. I don't even think my fan base realizes this. When I was traveling across the United States, even though Bob paid for, like, the big airplane tickets and stuff like that, I was paying for the Greyhound tickets, I was paying for food, I was paying for hotels, I was paying the majority. And this year, I've lost so much money that I've not been making because I've been in custody. It's no longer a joke. If I was out right now, all year, I would have probably been in, like, the upper 6 digits in my income by now. Like, no joke.
Like
because that's how much I was making.
Like hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wow. Because I was making, like, back in 2022, when Bob wasn't even helping, I was making the most money. Okay. And as soon as I asked Bob to try to help get me in an apartment, even 1 month, and he denied it, we argued, and he ended up saying he was going to pay for hotel rooms.
Well, I mean, Grace has a lot of money. Why don't you don't think Grace would pay for anything?
Tina won't let her.
Oh, man. Tina again. Okay.
Tina just won't do anything, and Tina won't let Grace help. It's been an issue.
That's crazy.
The thing is, I'm to a point, my life is being destroyed by Bob at this point, and I don't think he realizes it.
Bob is destroying your life? I thought Bob was helping you.
He was helping me previously, but it's to a point that he's saying things that without enough information and talking to people behind my back, like my lawyer, and I'm already deemed incompetent, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm to a point I feel like nobody even cares. You know, people just want me and my career over. And I would have been doing fine if Bob would have just, got the apartment 1 month way back last year. Because when I started going from the street to the hotel, to the street to the hotel, my fans were confused. And it's similar to the news, right? When fans are confused or the world is confused, they don't know what to believe. And so eventually people fall off the board. People fall off the market.
Yeah.
And you have to have something built that the fans can believe. And right now, Bob is completely destroying that reputation.
Bob is destroying your reputation? What has he been doing?
He's, like I said, he's been paying for the hotel rooms. He's been putting money on my books. He's now to a point to where he's arguing about...
This call is from a federal prison.
Now to a point to where he's arguing about the amount that he's putting on my books and saying that, like, he can't do it that much more. It's to a point I was doing better financially and being able to support myself when he wasn't helping at all, when he was just a friend.
Wow.
And I feel like that financial aspect when he was paying for the hotel rooms, and now to the point to where he's saying, I don't know if, because you're going to need financial help. No, I don't. Because if I was making enough in 2022 to be able to travel across the United States, I definitely had enough money to get on my feet.
So but you're saying you're making money while you're in jail now, right?
Only because of him and my music distribution. If I was out this entire year, I would have made probably, I want to say 6 to 7 songs by now. I was already in my bank account. I had $100 saved, and I only needed 100 more, and I was averaging 100 in savings a week to be able to get into the recording studio. I only needed 200 more.
Well, that's just
only 2 weeks.
That's just the studio. You got to think about housing too, though.
Right, but I was saying that, like, I would have already had housing by now with the amount that I would have been making.
Yeah.
I've used the calculator into jail. I've added everything up. The amount Bob was giving me versus what I can make. And then the hotel rooms versus the apartment. The apartment would have been a whole lot cheaper.
So it's Bob's fault that you're in jail too, though, right?
It's yes and no. I want to say that he's a big factor in my fan base falling apart, because he was keeping me homeless at the time. And when my fans started seeing me on the street versus the hotel back and forth, I was losing fans.
So if he would have
That's a big factor in all the manipulation towards me.
So if Bob would have just stepped up to the plate and given you enough money for housing,
my fans probably would not have thought I was crazy and would have manipulated me.
Yeah.
When the fans saw that I was being on the street homeless and I was getting hotel rooms, everybody was asking me. Fans were coming up to me saying, where are you getting this money? Is Bob giving it to you? And I said yes. And then at that point, it just got worse. And then over time, fans were thinking I wasn't capable of anything. And they didn't know that the money Bob was giving to me, a majority of it, I was saving behind Bob's back. And as soon as Bob found out, he would stop paying me. He would stop paying for hotels, and I would be back on the street. And then I would end up losing followers again.
And it all makes sense now. It does see, you make a good argument for it all being Bob's fault. I never looked at it from that angle before.
In the end, Grace was just telling me, like, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to get this done. I was trying to do that all along. And Bob and the FBI agents were telling me I was never in contact with Grace.
Well, why do you think they were telling you that?
If Bob would have known as well that Grace was in contact all along and was able to verify it, Bob would have gotten the apartment.
What do you think their motives for telling you that Grace, you were never in contact with Grace is? Well, why would they tell you that?
I think it was because Tina just didn't really like me because I was homeless, and she wanted somebody for Grace that could actually take care of her as well. and somebody mature.
But I don't think Grace really cares about any of that. Grace just, I think it feels like she wants you. She doesn't care about somebody rich or anything like that.
I'm saying that from Tina's perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I think everything is messed up. I've been listening to the news and I've been seeing how the entire Trash America thing on TV right now on Fox News, Trash America.
Oh yeah.
And Trump in the pickup truck.
Yeah, Trump. He was doing
yeah.
that. Yep.
Well, the crazy thing is, I feel that way about America right now. I literally am just to a point to where it's like everybody in my life at the time, the Vanderwalls should have stepped up. Bob should have just went and got the apartment, not the hotel room, but just went and got the apartment, paid 1 month. That's 30 days of my fans and getting spotted in public. I could have saved up money for the next month. And instead, I was paying for $100 to $200 for a hotel room a day. And an apartment is only $2,000 a month.
You can get cheaper apartments than that, but yeah.
You could get cheaper apartments. So I'm just saying that is extreme manipulation financially when it comes to my fan base.
Yeah.
And I don't think Bob realized. But anyways, I gotta go. They're locking us down.
All right, have a good night, man.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
So, just curious, did any feds show up at your house or anything?
Yeah, they were here. I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Okay. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just told them I'm not gonna make a statement to them, and they went away. That was it.
Okay. Weird. Okay.
You think it was about you?
No, I was told by somebody that apparently the Fed showed up at your house.
Yeah, it was the Secret Service, and
the Secret Service, okay.
I assumed that it was because of you, because I'm in contact with you, and you've made threats against or you're accused of making threats against the president or whatever, the White House. But I didn't stick around to talk to them. I just told them to go away. Who told you that?
Griffin. But I also found out new information.
Oh, what's that?
So I guess you can possibly. Are you anywhere near a computer?
Not right now, but I can go inside and. Well, I'm on my phone. If you need me to look something up for you, I can look it up on my phone.
Okay. Well, so I guess on the BOP website it says my current release date is the 25th.
I don't think it says that. I can look it up though.
Because I guess I'm not sure, but that's what I'm being told by Griffin, and also I talked to the release, I guess the pre-release management here at the jail, and they've also told me that it's the 25th of this month.
Well, the BOP website says. It still says unknown. It says release date unknown. You might be getting transferred the 5th. I don't know. If the jail told you that, then that's probably true. But the website still says release date unknown, and that's because you haven't been sentenced yet, right?
Right. I was being told that the cases get dropped if I'm not transferred by the 25th, and they're dropping the case.
It's not the 25th. The court documents say the judge said if you're not transferred by the end of December, that she'll probably dismiss the case. But yeah, you'll probably get transferred. If they're saying the 25th, then you'll probably go the 25th. But Griffin lies to you a lot, bro.
No, I know he does, but I also got crazy information.
What was that?
It's now been over a week, and Bob has not gotten back to me. And today's the last commissary before the 25th.
Okay.
So I would not be able to get clothing. But I have everything already ready. I've talked to pre-release and everything. They're all ready.
What is Bob's problem? Why is Bob not sending you money?
The last time Bob sent me money was over 2.5 weeks ago. Maybe 3.
What's his problem? Is he sick or what?
I have no clue. He told me to stop talking to Griffin and stop talking to you about him.
That's
And
crazy.
I stopped talking to both you and Griffin about him. And then all of a sudden, he just stopped communication. And I called Griffin and I said, hey, what's going on? I'm concerned about Bob, because I have the right to be concerned.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? And it's now been over a week, and my public defender is also telling me that I told you, this was way back in October. I told my public defender, I guess my release date is either in November or December. Right?
Yeah.
At the time, it was actually, Griffin was saying it was November. My public defender said, okay, who's telling you that? Where are you getting this information? And I said, I guess it's posted online. Griffin, a.k.a. Clark, told me.
Yeah. The BOP...
And then at that point, I haven't been told anything else, and I have been told that if Griffin was lying to me, he would already be arrested on conspiracy, and that has not happened.
Yeah, so, on the BOP site, it still says unknown, and you might be getting if they're telling you you're getting transferred on the what'd you say, the 25th? You're probably getting transferred on the 25th, right? But
I'm not being transferred on the 25th. There's no date as of right now on when I'm being transferred.
Oh, so
there's no bus. They're saying that it's probably going to be like that for the next couple months. They're saying that since the election, they're not getting funding.
Okay. So
I guess, I don't know, but they're not getting funding. That's all I know.
Well, remember I told you that the judge said that she's probably gonna dismiss the case if you're still there by December 31st. So.
Right, and Bob and I, the last conversation I had with Bob is we're trying to push it to this month.
Okay.
Because if I can get out this month, then I can get the apartment. I talked to pretrial services and I guess pre-release management or pre-release, whatever it is, who controls like state IDs and stuff like that. They said that I can get that the day I leave here. And I can go
This call is from a federal prison.
It's basically a valid ID, so I can use it the second I get it. It's valid anywhere. So I would, I guess, be able to get a new actual state ID from the DMV.
That would be nice.
I would be able to do that within the first week if I get out this month. If I get out in December, then I would probably have to wait till January.
Instead of a normal ID, it'd be pretty cool if you and Bob could do driver's ed together. And we need Daniel Larson on the roads, right? We don't want you to.
No, I know. That's kind of off subject, but I mean, yeah, I know. I need to get on the road. I need to get a driver's license.
Yeah.
I need. At this point, Bob is holding up my career. He's holding up my life. I'm like a slave to him as of this point. I'm a slave to the flippin' jail. I don't fucking know, but it's ridiculous. And I have I have actual bruises and cuts all over me, like all over my arms, all over my face, all over my back, from when I was homeless.
And it's Bob's fault.
Here, pretty much, because he could have more than easily enough gotten me 1 month of the apartment.
Yeah.
And for me sleeping on the street, I have cuts and bruises all over my body that just won't go away. And even the nurse here at the jail says that while I'm in custody, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's something I have to wait until I get out. But they're not healing. It's some type of skin issue, and they don't know what
it might be scabies, but who knows?
No, because there's something, I guess. I've been tested for all sorts of stuff already, and they're saying that there's nothing. It's literally just from me being homeless.
Wow.
Like literal cuts all over me that just haven't healed. I'm not getting enough water. I'm not getting enough food.
Have you or your lawyer done any more investigation into what you were talking about, where you think that Griffin was only in contact with you to basically try to steal Grace from you?
No, I have not heard anything from my public defender, and I was supposed to meet with him yesterday, but I told the unit case manager to go ahead and just cancel because I'm supposed to be getting out on the 25th. And he said, okay, I'll look it up too. And he also looked it up, and sure enough, he said, okay, well, yeah, we'll go ahead and cancel because you're getting out soon.
Who said you're getting out on the 25th?
The unit case manager.
Okay, yeah. So if the unit case manager is saying that, then they know something that I don't, because I thought that you were.
They know something is not right, because I also, this is weird. So I'm supposed to get drug tested here at the jail a week before I get transferred. Okay? They do that for everybody who's being transferred. They drug test them. Okay? The thing is, they do a blood draw and they do a urine test. Both of those were already done back in July, like 2 weeks after I went to court and did the psych eval here. Like those 2 weeks after I did it here, I was told I'm being transferred the next week, and I never got transferred. Nobody came to my cell. Nobody got me. And then ever since then, even psychiatric last week on Thursday it was, I talked to psychiatric here at this jail, right? And psychiatric even told me, well, I guess if your public defender won't speak to you and you're being told you're getting out on the 25th, if you're not transferred, then, and your case is going to get dropped if you're not transferred, then it sounds like your case is getting dropped. It doesn't sound like you're being transferred. Because why would they drop the case if you're being transferred? You can't be held in custody.
Yeah, so...
And Psych told me that, and I agreed with them.
Very confusing.
It's very confusing, because if they drop the case if I'm not transferred, why don't they just drop the case now? That's a clear sign that I'm not being transferred according to psychiatric. By me telling them that I'm going to be transferred and me sitting here, they're saying that is making me look crazy.
Wow. So I guess all we can do now is just wait until the 25th.
I'm caught up in this crazy situation where I think the court system is trying to play me. I think is what's going on. I
think there was a conspiracy theory floating around on TikTok saying that that people are thinking that the government framed you for making threats just so you couldn't win the 2024 election.
I don't want to believe that. I don't want to say that's what it is, but I also kind of think that too, because I've been thinking ever since before the election that, like, as soon as the election's over, I'm guaranteeing that they're just going to go, okay, well, this guy's no longer a threat. This guy's telling the truth. He's getting out. Yeah.
Are you expecting a pardon from Trump, or do you think you'll be out before Trump even takes office?
Well, if the public defense or if the prosecutor, right, is saying January, I mean, if the prosecutor is saying December, and Trump is not in office until January, like the end of January, I'm going to be out before.
Okay.
That's the way I'm looking at it. I'm outsmarting the courts, and they're just making me look like a flippin' idiot. And at this
point... You
definitely
are. I think it's obvious that you're smarter than the prosecutor, the judge, and everybody at this point. They're the ones making a fool out of themselves.
Right. And it's not okay. The paperwork you sent me as well, right?
Yeah.
The suing people.
This call is from a federal prison.
Already filled it out. I've added the United States government. So okay. I went ahead and put down the United States so I can sue them. I could sue the criminal justice system, the feds. And I put down as well Bob. I haven't sent it out yet because I'm being told the 25th. But if I'm not out by the 25th, because I'm not in communication with my public defender. He will not speak to me at all.
Oh my God.
And that's another thing. If he's refusing to speak to me, psych is saying that that's not normal.
It isn't
The
normal.
investigator with my case needs to talk to me.
Do you think that...
And all I'm doing right now is building a case against the criminal justice system. And even psych knows it.
Do you think that do you think that your lawyer and this investigator might be, in conspiracy, in cahoots with Bob and Tina?
Possibly.
And probably Griffin?
I also been thinking that since Bob went silent, he's doing something behind my back, like getting the apartment or something. And that's to me seems like a sign I'm getting out very, very soon.
Oh, so Bob will still get you housing when you get out?
I never said that. I said that I'm thinking that because Bob's going silent, he's doing something. I don't know what it is.
Well, wouldn't it be
he might be getting me housing.
Wouldn't it be a good thing for him to be getting you housing, though?
It would be a good thing. I'm not sure why I'm not out now.
Yeah.
I believe I should be out today, but that's besides the point. If they're just going to drop the case and they're just talking their heads off, why don't they drop the case now? But anyway, I gotta go.
Okay.
All right, the phone's about to cut out.
All right, talk soon.
All right, bye.
Bye.
They're concerned now because of what has happened. They're concerned about complications, legal complications.
I'm pretty sure I told you what was going on with your case, though, didn't I?
Legal complications after the fact. Like if I got arrested, if I got released, right? What would happen after? Like how it would affect Grace.
Oh, okay. So you said...
Which is kind of fucked up if they know for a fact they've been involved.
So you said Griffin is in contact with Grace's PR manager?
Yes, and he's been in contact with them before I even got arrested. No. I used to be in contact with them. But I was told they were impersonators. But now I'm confirmed that they're not.
Okay. So if you've been in contact with Griffin, then you know the news with your family, right?
I know the news with my mother, yes.
Okay.
I don't know anything about Bob. I don't know if something has happened to him or what, but he's to a point to where, like I said, he's not getting back to me. It's been 2 weeks. I've missed now 3 commissaries. And yesterday my $200 tablet that I can only get one a year, and it's the only thing that I have that keeps me busy in my cell, just broke. So I'm like completely fucked.
Is that the tablet you use to send the Core Links messages?
No, but it's okay. Where I can rent movies for my cell. It's like literally where most of the action 99.9% of the action inside the jail is through.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Without that, I'm kind of fucked up.
I know you need money on your books. I had an idea. I don't know if you're open to it, but I was thinking I could help you sell autographs, and then we could put the money on your books like that. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I could think of to help you get money.
We can see. That is a good idea. I thought about doing it inside the jail too, just going up to other inmates and trying to sell autographs. But
yeah,
thing is, it's hard to do.
Well, it might be hard to do in the jail if they're not fans, but you gotta have fans on the outside.
And it's gonna be there's a whole trust thing involved too.
Yeah.
Because people in the past, we kind of already know that. I'm not sure.
Doing all this selling.
Well,
stuff.
If Griffin's the one doing it, that means the Vanderwalls are doing it too. But
okay.
And I also can't get a hold of Griffin today. Whenever Bob doesn't answer, Griffin starts acting all weird. So I believe Griffin is working with Bob too.
And they're both profiting off your name?
I think everybody is. I think Tina, Grace, I don't know what's the entire motive of it, but I'm sitting in here, they're not getting me out, and in the meantime, they're just doing whatever they want. It's ridiculous. But I did talk to Griffin, like I said yesterday, and he said that he wants to try to move forward with me and Grace, no matter what Tina says.
But weren't you saying that Griffin was trying to just get in contact with you just to steal Grace from you, though?
I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm it at all.
But you had your suspicions.
This call is from a federal prison.
So I can't confirm any of that, so I don't know. People are saying that, like other people are coming up to me and, saying that, but the thing is, I can't confirm anything. I don't have any proof.
Okay, but
I'm sitting in jail with all these people saying things. I have no proof to prove otherwise, other than the phone numbers and stuff that I've gotten, addresses, and the conversations. That's all I have. I don't have proof of anybody profiting, or even if that is, I know it's real, I don't know if they're actually selling it.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? I don't know if what they're saying is lies or if it's 100% true. Griffin told me yesterday that my mother might have passed away on Halloween, but Bob's not getting back to me.
No,
So now I'm to a point I don't know if Griffin is lying and it's really Bob passed away or what. Like, I'm to a point I just don't believe anything. But the only thing I believe is the numbers with Grace and the fact that Griffin is in contact with the PR. That's all I can trust right now.
Why do you believe that Griffin's in contact with Grace's PR, though?
Because I used to be in contact with Grace's PR, along with Griffin. Well, and Griffin told me to actually, before I got arrested, he told me to just hop on a plane, violate probation, along with Grace, and just go to their house in South Carolina. And I said, I'm not going to do that. But the thing is, they wanted me to violate probation to go on tour with Grace. And Grace has been saying that for years. So the fact that she's been saying to go ahead and violate probation and all that, Grace is really the one that I believe at this point, especially since all of my addresses and all of the stuff that I've been getting, all the information. Griffin, I'm not sure if you knew this, but Griffin also admitted on the phone that Tina, right? He admitted that Tina promised to help me out and I would never get arrested again. He admitted that.
Oh, yeah.
And here I am. in jail. So they're clearly lining up a storm, and I'm the monkey in the middle. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I still haven't figured out my Colorado state ID that got stolen, because the guy who stole it looked just like Jacob Sartorius, the Disney Channel star. Like, no joke. He looked 100% like him. And Griffin also looks 100% like him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one thing.
It's weird as hell.
One thing that I thought was really weird about Griffin when I took a step back and started to think about it was when Griffin told you that the Fed showed up at my house. I never told anyone, not on the internet, not anybody.
Which means he's the one that did it. And then not only that, he's the one that did that, in my opinion. But then he also told me that the Fed showed up at his house.
I thought the Fed showed up at his work is what I heard, but I don't know.
I don't know, but he said the Feds have definitely shown up along with the Secret Service.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And Grace also told me way back in like January that the Feds also showed up at her house and her work.
You still haven't talked to her since you've been in jail?
I haven't talked to her since I've been in jail. Last I heard was Grace didn't like Jacob Sartorius. They had some type of internet beef or something, industry beef, where they just hated each other. But then the week before I got arrested, she's like, "Oh, I love Jacob now. Now I don't know who I'm going to date."
So you think that Griffin might be Jacob Sartorius undercover or in disguise?
Possibly. Allegedly, that's what I believe, and I've been trying to expose him for years because Grace made it clear that she wants to be with me. Even in my legal discovery, I have pictures of Grace that she sent me where it's kind of weird, but she spelled my name on the paper, on top of the picture, like Photoshop, but she put my name in all capitals, Daniel Larson.
Wow. Okay.
And she, which means, right, from a legal perspective, that can stand in court.
Okay. So were you close with your mom, though?
I used to be, and not anymore, because I've been in and out of jail.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
For crimes I've never actually fully committed, but it's ridiculous.
Crimes that apparently the government framed you for to stop you from winning the election is what I heard. But
this call is from a federal prison.
I don't know. The thing is, I can't even run for president, and you know that. I can't run for president until 2036.
Yeah.
So even if that's their only cause right now, though, let's put him in jail so he can't vote.
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't fucking know, but I can see that because I already made it clear in 2022 I was a Trump supporter.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying what.
I don't know if it's true either.
The conspiracy
But yeah, no,
theories are.
There's conspiracy, I know.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you what the conspiracy theories are.
But anyways, Griffin told me he wants to try to get me out of jail by Christmas. I told him if I can get Grace to agree to the relationship and get me out by the 25th, like he previously said, that would be best.
Well,
because he keeps flip-flopping everything.
I don't think Griffin has any control over when you get out.
I don't think he does either. And I think the only people that does is if Grace comes forward and says, yeah, we've been behind everything, this entire family. Bob has been behind everything. Griffin's been behind everything. I have, Tina has, the label has. The only way that's going to clear up is if everybody just comes forward and admits it, they won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, Grace and Tina
because
have a lot of power,
behind it. Right.
Yeah.
If one person comes forward and says it, they're just going to arrest that person for, like, conspiracy or something, right? But if everybody comes forward at this point and just admits it and says, look, we've been in contact with everybody, and this is what's going on, then the odds of them dropping the case are almost 100%. I don't know why at this point my lawyer hasn't said, well, Daniel was being coerced by the feds into staying homeless, into making the threats.
So is there anything
due to his mental illness.
Is there anything you need me to do to try to get that process speeded up, or?
I don't know, because I looked online and it should only be 30 days. It should not be 4 months. It should be 30 days of outpatient counseling.
Okay. Well, just let
or coercion. It's not. It doesn't mean I'm going to be transferred to the psychiatric place. That's another crazy thing I found out as well. The competency evaluation has nothing to do with mental health. The judge ordered a mental health evaluation, not a competency evaluation.
I thought you
said... I told my lawyer that, and he got pissed.
I thought you said that Grace ordered it, not the judge.
Well, Grace ordered it, told the prosecutor, and then the judge put it on paper to make it final.
Okay.
He's the one that officially ordered it.
Okay. Hey, isn't today your birthday?
Today's my birthday, yeah, and I was told by Grace back in January I would be living with her. So I'm pissed. Okay. But that's besides the point.
Well, happy birthday. I sent you a card. I don't know if you got it yet, but
I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
But everything is just a big fat lie at this point. I don't fucking know. I'm sitting in jail on my fucking birthday. This is now the 15th birthday I've spent behind bars. I'm just to a point I'm pissed off. So.
Are you still getting out, like you said, on the 25th, or?
I don't know. I don't know. The last I heard here at the jail, it still says I'm in a holdover status.
Okay.
Meaning that the holdover doesn't mean I'm being transferred. It means the holdover is we're waiting until somebody comes forward and says something. Okay. Which is bullshit, but that's besides the point. Anyways, I have to go, okay?
All right.
All right.
Are you going to call early in the morning like this now?
Until tomorrow, and then it switches back till the afternoon.
Okay. All right. Talk soon.
All right. Bye. Like early last week.
All right. Nice.
But anyways, yeah, I would like the book that is the $16-ish one.
Okay.
The first one.
Cool.
I don't know if it is it the lyric book or the full song book?
I think it's a book on how to play the song on piano, and I think one of them's piano and the other's ukulele.
Okay. Then yeah, I want the one that's the ukulele.
Okay, cool. Oh, hopefully they still have that in stock.
I'm so sorry. So you know what I mean. Bob, well, not Bob, but Griffin and you are targeting each other. You know what I mean by that, right? He's saying bad things about you. You're saying bad things about him. And I'm to a point to where it's like I really don't know what is which. So I've decided I'm just going to kind of leave that alone for now and kind of just leave it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do what's in your best interest and help you out. I do have some news about Grace though. She was spotted in Florida with a. Have you heard of the dubstep artist Ava Braun? She's from Berlin, Germany.
The dubstep artist, who?
Ava Braun.
Ava Braun. She was spotted with in Florida.
Yeah, and Ava Braun was wearing a Free Daniel Larson shirt.
And okay, and so Ava Braun, right, was wearing a Free Daniel Larson shirt, and it's posted.
And she was hanging out with Grace Vanderwald. They were both at the beach together. I think it was yesterday or the day before in TMZ.
And they were at the beach and they were hanging. Okay, my lawyer, my excuse my language, but my fucking public defender. I hate to cuss him out and everything, but he is not talking to me about what's going on with my mother after I've repeatedly asked him, like, what's going on. Nobody other than you has talked to me about what's going on with my mother.
Yeah, it was weird. I was trying to find, because people were saying, oh, she's...
Yeah, well, Donna, first of all, is my mother's sister. She always talked about her. So I'm like...
You know Donna?
You know that Donna... I know her, yeah.
Yeah.
I know her personally. I've met her in person. It was like over 5-10 years ago before my grandmother passed away in 2019, somewhere in there. But I just haven't even heard from my mother since, really. And Bob was stopping me from talking to him, talking to my mother.
That's weird.
So that is another problem. I've asked Bob for her number numerous of times. He's refused. And I said, do you know what's going on with my mother? And he's like, no. And he said that somebody keeps reaching out to him claiming to be my mother. This was in 2023. And he told me that he is refusing to talk to her because he can't confirm if it's her or not.
Yeah, it's just weird to me that the only evidence of her being dead is the Facebook posts. There's no obituaries. You know, normally when someone dies...
Right. It would be, like, updated somewhere. So I wonder if, like, she just disappeared or what. Like, it's creepy.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what has happened to her. And not only that, so Griffin yesterday, right, told me that he was in Florida as well. Like, no joke. He told me he was in Florida. And if Grace was spotted in Florida, that makes sense. That is...
This call is from a federal prison.
Do you still think that he is Jacob Sartorius, or that he's trying to steal Grace from you?
Possibly. I'm to a point. Well, another thing is Griffin did tell me that I could believe he's against me. It doesn't bother him.
Well, he might be.
Like, I've called him out numerous of times. He said that, like, he says I could believe what I believe. And yeah, I hate to say it, but I believe he is still not telling the full truth. He's either Jacob Vanderwall, Grace's brother, or he is Jacob Sartorius, because that would only make sense.
Yeah.
And I do believe that, yes, there's evidence that Grace might be coming to see me very soon about the relationship and stuff. Griffin, last I talked to him, he was saying that he wants me out by the 25th of this month. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen or what. So my anxiety is going skyrocketing through the roof because of it.
And you've been trying to call your lawyer and he isn't answering at all?
And I'm being told by the jail I can't. They're refusing to even contact him for a actual meeting, for a sit-down meeting or anything. They're just straight up refusing to even talk to him, to even schedule it.
Well, I think it's probably about time to sue the jail if they're denying you access to your lawyer.
Right, and I agree.
Yeah.
And I have the suing paperwork. I just don't know how to fill it out because I'm not a lawyer.
You don't think
that's the only problem?
Somebody else on the pod might know how and could help you fill it out?
Possibly. I would have to go around and ask, and I don't know if anybody would know how to. But yeah, I did actually get 2 stamps, so I could mail it out anytime, starting today. I could mail out the paper. Also, I got my minutes for the phone renewal today, so I can call whenever we need.
Good.
If there's an emergency or whatever, I have phone access. The last thing I've talked to Griffin, right? The very last thing I said to him was, so we know I'm innocent. We know because the Vanderwalls are witnesses, everything. I asked him if he knew if Grace is even working on getting the apartment in Colorado. He told me that Tina is kind of being a problem right now. The courts are not cooperating with the Vanderwalls, and Tina's concerned about legal obligations moving forward. Then hold on one second. Then Griffin said as well in that same phone call that he wants to try to get me out by the 25th. I'm to a point to where all I know is that on the 25th something could happen. I don't know what it is. It's weird, but I believe something is going to happen around the 25th.
Well, from what I heard, Grace wants you out, but Tina and the court system are not cooperating with her.
Well, that's probably because Tina's not cooperating.
Yeah.
That's probably the issue, is if Tina would just come forward at this point and agree, like, we made a mistake, this guy was homeless, and he was being told lies.
Yeah.
Then I'm pretty sure the courts are going to be a lot more lenient.
I don't know.
I just don't know the full truth.
This call is from a federal prison.
I don't know the truth, and I'm surprised why Grace isn't just, trying to get a hold of me at this point. If she's wearing free Daniel Larson shirts and everybody is in contact with her wearing those and all this crazy stuff's going on, I don't know why she just doesn't, she's not a minor, so she can be her own legal guardian. She should be. She should just 100% just be herself and just call me. or try to get a hold of me. I don't know, but it's weird, and things are not looking good. It looks like I'm expected to be transferred sometime in December to Springfield if I don't hear back from Tina, and it's not looking good.
Well, the 25th
right
is
now.
the 25th is less than a week away, and then we'll see if Griffin is lying to you or not when the 25th comes around. But I'm sure the Vanderwalls have a lot to do with your case, but I think the government as well. If you take a step back and look at it, you were doing so good. You were about to sign a several $1 million record deal. People were saying you should run for president when you're old enough. You were so successful. And then I think the government just said, this guy is too successful. We need to, cut him down a notch. Yeah.
I agree. I think I was becoming way too successful too fast. And just like Trump, pretty much, where they just are like, nope, we don't want this guy. He's gaining too much power too quickly. And the government just tries to screw things up. And that's exactly what happened. There's nothing on my end that says that I should still be in custody. And even my legal paperwork in my legal discovery, it says the legal presumption of on my indictment, it says the legal presumption of detention is not, and not is highlighted, not applicable to this defendant.
But they still...
I should have never, and they still went ahead and held me.
Yeah. You should at least get a bond so we could bond you out, but they won't even give you a bond.
I don't think they're going to do a bond. And if they do a bond, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to take all of my record label money and keep me homeless.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a big. It's very confusing. I think the main thing we should focus on right now is the relationship with Grace and making sure that nobody messes up your relationship with Grace.
That's what needs to happen, yeah. Another thing is Griffin keeps saying that he's going to come visit me and that Grace is coming too.
I don't know. He lives in St. Louis, so that's pretty far.
Yeah. Well, St. Louis is the same state of Missouri, which is scary too because he's like, I'm going to come visit you when you're in Springfield. And I've been told by several people that not to trust him, including Bob. But the thing is, if he's in contact with Tina, you see what I mean? And he's trying to help out or helping out with whatever, I don't want to lose that contact because he's helping.
Yeah.
I'm in a rock and a hard place.
Definitely. I think, I don't know, are you going to allow him to visit you in Springfield? He might have something up his sleeve.
To be honest, I don't trust him. I don't trust him with that. I trust Grace, and I trust Bob, and maybe Tina.
Yeah, well, tell him to have Grace visit
I'm to a point I'm losing trust in just the entire legal system at this point, on top of some family.
Yeah, I would just tell Griffin, have Grace visit you alone instead of him and Grace. Just send Grace.
Yeah, but anyways, I gotta go, okay? The phone's about to cut out. I'm gonna try to get a hold of him next and see what's going on, okay?
Okay, keep me updated. Have a good night.
Alright, bye. So, I got the songbook.
Is it good? I don't know what it's about. Do you like it?
Yeah, no, it's great. But there is a issue I also found out, and I was able to fully verify with evidence.
What's that?
So, we already know, right, that Tina, right?
Yeah.
Is lying. She's been in contact with me, the Vanderwall Studio accounts I've been in contact with. So she's lying about almost everything.
Yeah.
Another thing that I found out is if you listen to a lot of Grace's songs,
they're about you.
They're 100% about me.
Yeah.
Like every single song. Without me, her career would be going down the drain.
Yeah.
And not only that, with Tina being completely not helpful right now, it's only making things worse. And I think I figured out why my public defender is saying that Grace is out of the picture and everything.
Why is that?
It's serious.
Why is he saying that?
So, first of all, I was looking at the lyrics. More direct, okay?
Okay.
And it is, she's actually in a couple of her songs mentioning there was a picture of me, okay, that was videotaped, well, not really videotaped, but I guess taken a picture of while I was in the shower, and it got leaked over the internet. Okay, it's one picture, and it was taken behind my back by a person in my disability housing, and I was fully nude.
Yeah.
At that point, Grace was underage back then.
Okay.
Now, because it got leaked to the internet, Grace, around that time, and I were planning on going on tour. We were talking about going on tour. We weren't actually serious or even talking about a relationship. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But Grace saw the picture of me, right? And I guess her mother misinterpreted that video. Okay?
How did her mother interpret it?
She thought that I was into, I guess, children and was a pedophile. But the thing is, that was never the case. Okay? So then, right, so this was way back in like 2020. Okay? In 2022, Tina reached out to me and said, stop talking to Grace. Or stop talking to the people claiming to be Grace. It's not Grace. And that was the video, or that was the time, right, in 2022, where in my legal discovery, I said to Tina, which Tina is lying in my legal discovery, but I told Tina that day when Grace was at her family's or at her mother's or something, and Tina denies that Grace was in contact. Mm-hmm. Tina contacted Grace because she was sitting right next to her, right, on the couch or something, and Grace admitted to being in contact with me all along behind Tina's back.
Yeah.
See what I mean? This was in 2020. 2022. Mm-hmm. This was in 2022.
Yeah.
And when this was going on, that's when Tina got involved, was in 2022.
Yeah.
There was never supposed to be anything sexually related other than in 2022 when Tina started getting serious about looking at houses in Colorado. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So at that point, the relationship was at some point around there confirmed. You see what I mean? My biological father lied to me as well, saying that he was not in contact with Grace when he was. And Bob also told me...
This call is from a federal prison.
Bob told me he was not in contact with Griffin or Tina at the time. But yet Griffin and Tina both told me on Vanderwall Studios' account, Tina told me that she was in contact with Bob.
So what are all these people's motives for lying to you?
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is never once, just because I had pictures of models and stuff on my phone, and Grace wanted me to talent scout for her. And I guess her modeling or whatever she wanted to do, I don't fucking know, but she wanted me to become a talent scout for Interscope Records at some point. And somewhere along in there is when I started going through social media as a talent scout looking for other artists.
Yeah.
Never once was it anything sexual. But But because of the picture, right, back in 2020 that got leaked to social media, ever since then, I've been a victim of sexual assault. On the streets, other people are coming up to me just in general trying to say, hey, you're a pedophile. Never once was I.
Yeah, they're just they're trying to frame you.
They're trying to frame me now. And Tina, I think, because Tina did talk to the FBI, there is proof of that, and Griffin, I believe that the FBI is just lying to them without the full verification. And I was also, on top of that, somewhere in like the first or second interview I had with the FBI, I was framed to admit to somebody claiming to be Tina. I don't think it was, but it might have been, where I actually admitted that I was. Because I was asked like 5 or 6 times in a row, I just kind of gave up and I started like saying, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I was asked so many times.
Yeah, you were coerced into it.
Coerced, exactly. So this entire thing is coercion. And because of my autism, you see what I mean? Because I don't know if I have autism, but I think I do somewhere, or who knows, it might just be trauma from everything. I don't fucking know. But you see what I mean is because I was asked like 6 or 7 times, even when I asked the FBI stop asking because it's not true, they continued to ask me, and I ended up straight up just saying, yeah, no, it happened.
Yeah, they're trying
to
trick you.
Right. And then if Tina, and my problem is if Tina actually somehow got a hold of that information, now Tina's like, okay, now this entire situation with my daughter, I'm not going to allow.
And now she's trying to use it against you.
This call is from a federal prison.
Use it against you and use it to blackmail you?
In a way, yes. And what she needs to end up knowing is none of that is true. Everything was coerced by the FBI and Secret Service. They were asking me so many times, even after I asked them to stop. I had nobody with me because I was homeless to step in and just say, look, this needs to stop. This is turning into harassment. And that's why I was going on social media saying, look, Daniel McDougal, or Daniel McDougall, whatever his name is, was harassing me and was putting out misinformation. And I have every single right to be concerned about that and to be scared.
Yeah.
And nowadays it seems like in society we cannot ask for help. Because when I asked for help, they accused me of what I was asking for help with. They turned it around on me.
Yeah.
And now I can see Tina's point. They could go bankrupt if you really think about it. They could go straight up bankrupt in lawsuits at this point because there's so much that has happened.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It sounds like you need to sue the FBI.
And that's going to be very, very difficult to do. Very, very difficult. And not only that, another thing I found out, Griffin told me he wants to have me out by Christmas. But my public defender is saying, don't talk to Griffin, don't talk to you, whatever. Tina, we already know, is saying that. But here's the thing. In January, my public defender is saying if I'm not transferred, he's going to drop the case.
Yeah, that much is true. I know that.
That much is true. The thing is, if they're going to drop the case, then they can't even transfer me. That means they don't have a case to begin with, which means they can't transfer me as long as I'm still in custody. The only thing they could do is outpatient, which means I should be able to walk out this door today. And of course, I'm not going to do that because I'm in custody. That would be like running away from or escape. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying that If that is really true, that they're planning on dropping the case in January, if I'm not transferred, I am not going to be transferred, and the case is going to be dropped. See what I mean?
Yeah, hopefully you don't get transferred.
Well, the thing is, the way I'm looking at it is they cannot legally transfer me. Because you have to know, see what I mean, what drop the case means. Drop the case means I'm not going to trial, I'm innocent. They can only keep me in custody and transfer me to another facility where I'm going to be in custody if they can find me guilty. And they can't, because they're saying that they are dropping the case in January if I'm not transferred.
Yeah.
That makes no sense from their point of view.
Oh, it's something weird going on. They're definitely
there's something very, very weird. And then my public defender is saying, as well as Tina, don't talk to your fans, don't talk to your friends, don't talk to Tina, don't talk to this. There is no proof anywhere where it says right now that I'm not allowed to. I have rights where I can contact friends and family. They're trying to go against my legal rights.
They're trying to violate your rights. They even said don't talk to Bob, right? And you've known Bob for how many years?
And Bob's still not answering. And I'm to a point after I've asked him repeatedly to help, and he's refused as well. I don't want anything to do with him anymore.
Yeah.
The only issue is I kind of feel after reading Grace's songs and everything and just listening to everything, because I've listened to her songs forever, but I'm just saying, after really listening to Grace's songs more, I really feel kind of the same way that Grace feels on a lot of things. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You know, I'm concerned about the picture being leaked. That's not my fault.
It's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet situation. You want to be with Grace. Grace wants to be with you.
Well, she wants to be with me, but at the same time,
Tina's
because of that picture, right? But because of the picture that got leaked on the internet or whatever,
yeah,
she also can't get that out of her mind. She can't. You know what I mean? Because she was underage at that time.
Yeah.
So just watching me being homeless and watching me struggle in life is really, in my opinion, what's bringing her into everything and wanting to be with me.
Yeah, because she's going through the same stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's like Romeo and Juliet. She's tired of seeing me suffer, and that's turning into love. Yeah. Kind of like a victim and victim turning into victims loving each other.
Definitely.
That's not good.
Well, I would say as long as Grace wants to be with you, it's good.
I agree.
Yeah.
But at this point, I feel like I shouldn't be in custody anymore. If they're going to drop the case in January, if I'm not transferred, they should drop it now. But anyways, I got to go because the phone's about to cut out. Hey, there's a major problem going on.
What's going on?
So Griffin is not getting back to me. Bob is not getting back to me still. My public defender keeps lying to me about Grace completely. But on top of it, Griffin, I think 2 days ago now, confirmed with me. Have you seen the post on social media from Grace directly? Okay. And it says, fuck ass Bob is what it says.
Yeah.
That was really Grace. And the reason why she was saying it was because Bob wasn't getting me housing. She was angry and pissed because I was on the streets getting misdemeanor charges, and I was being lied to by the public defenders and the law enforcement, saying that my relationship with Grace wasn't real. And so now that the relationship is confirmed real with Griffin, ever since then, Bob has gone completely silent. Won't answer any calls. I'm not getting money on my books. I got in trouble here at the jail from commissary because I put in commissary slips without any money on my books because Bob just won't answer the calls. So I got in big trouble with commissary over that. And then also other inmates now are buying me commissary, which I owe them back. So issues are starting to show up. And not only that, because I pleaded guilty to all the misdemeanor charges for being lied to, pretty much, because the only reason why I pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor charges to begin with over the course of my life was because I was told that Grace's relationship wasn't real and the courts would get me housing, which is why they ordered the housing through probation. Which probation, as soon as Grace came forward and said, no, the relationship is real, it's your guys' fault, you guys aren't getting him housing. Then it became this war back and forth of he said, she said. So I shouldn't have pled guilty to anything. And now here I am in the feds, and the feds are refusing to release me from my understanding. And my public defender says in January he's going to move to drop the charges because they have evidence to prove I'm innocent. But my public defender is saying the relationship with Grace never happened and was never even real. And I told him, like, why did Grace leak on social media the fuck-ass Bob post?
This call is from a federal prison.
And why is she posting about me and all this crazy stuff? You see what I mean? And he got pissed off at me, hung up the phone on me, and is refusing to speak to me now.
Why does he keep denying the relationship with Grace?
I don't know. I have no clue why everybody is denying the relationship with Grace, and Grace is the only one that keeps coming forward time and time after again. And Tina is, of course, concerned about future legal obligations. Well, the legal obligations has to do because the relationship was real, and I've been sitting here pleading guilty to shit all along. And Bob wants me to cut ties with Griffin, but Griffin just also confirmed with me that he's been in contact with Bob for years. So they've been talking behind my back. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, but you have to cut ties with Griffin. Fuck no. Like, there's no law, there's no nothing that says I have to cut ties with my family.
Yeah.
So I'm being thrown around in this crazy loop. And I came forward yesterday to psychology saying that, like, this is illegal. That's what's going on towards me. And it's getting to a point to where it's really like I demand mental health treatment once I get out because I'm affected.
So what are Bob and Griffin doing behind your back?
Apparently it's the phone calls that are getting leaked. Tina's pissed off at it. Bob's pissed off at it. My lawyer's pissed off at it. But in my legal discovery, it straight up says that the courts can record the calls. So they're the ones leaking it, not Grace, not the feds. I mean, well, it's the feds and the courts, but it's not Grace and it's not Griffin.
So
you see what I mean?
So it's Bob?
No, it's the courts and the feds that are leaking the calls because it's in my legal discovery.
Oh, okay.
It's the same thing that you told me, where the fans are just getting it off this website because of the new law that got put in place a couple years back.
Yeah. So
that's how they're getting it, and what's crazy is I'm being blamed for that. I'm being blamed for that law. Like, what?
Who's blaming you for it?
Bob.
Oh, God.
You see what I mean? Bob is like, if this ends up on social media, this call, and then I will stop contact. Well, he stopped contact. Now Griffin has stopped contact. And this is going on 3 days in a row or whatever, me not getting a hold of him.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, my public defender is like, oh, but we're dropping the case in January. If they're dropping the case in January, they should drop it today.
Yeah. And Bob just needs to step up to the plate and get the money back on your books and get you
right,
housing
because
and stuff.
it's ruining not only my life at this point, but my public defender's now not believing shit because of it. I don't know if that's the exact what's going on there, but it's clear that like what's going on is just not okay.
Yeah.
I'm 100% innocent, and I should be out, let alone being lied to about my own family at this point.
This call is from a federal prison.
A lawsuit on top of a lawsuit against the feds.
Yeah, definitely. So I was reading more into the BOP's new phone policy in January. If you're still in, hopefully you're not, but if you are, it says that you can still get free calls if you're in programming.
Well, I'm not going to be in programming because my case is supposed to get dropped. But that is an issue. That's a big issue. They're just everything over completely.
Yeah. I don't know what Bob's and Griffin's deal is, but they're...
And Griffin is saying he wants me out before Christmas. But my public defender is like, nope, that's not going to happen. You're going to be transferred to Springfield. Well, the thing is, I'm not going to be transferred to Springfield, and they have to drop the case since I've been lied to about my fiance, which is why I made the threats and was homeless, and Bob wasn't getting me housing because he didn't know what to believe. Nobody knew what to believe.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with Grace. Why is she not signing up for, a visit or something?
Well, I don't know either, but there's something big going on, and I believe it's because of legal obligations, like Tina was saying, because of how bad things have become.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. It's not right. And what's stupid is even if I'm in the feds, because I pleaded guilty to the misdemeanors, like the criminal trespasses when I was homeless, when I was being lied to about my relationship, now I'm sitting in here suffering. Because you see what I mean? They're going to give me all, like, full time for the probation.
Yeah.
But for a crime that I really never committed, just because I was homeless and I'm trying to sleep on a sidewalk, doesn't mean.
But you've discharged off probation for the misdemeanors now, right?
No.
You're still on probation in there, so...
Yeah.
Oh,
so
shit.
if this gets dropped, I don't know if I'm going to have to go into to the county jails. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you might be on probation hold or something. Do you know when you discharge off probation?
Nope, I don't.
Oh.
And like I said, my public defender won't tell me.
Yeah, I don't know what his problem is.
Won't tell me anything. So, and then he just claims it on the fact I'm incompetent.
Yeah, and
he can't do that.
Yeah.
He has to tell me what's going on, let alone if I have proof that the relationship's real. He can't call me a liar. He can't. And then by him calling me a liar, no wonder I go back in my cell and start punching myself in my face and start, hitting myself until I bleed or something, just because I'm being lied to.
Yeah, he's constantly saying the relationship is fake, and I don't know what his problem is.
And I know the opposite, but being lied to, I don't know why, and that's what's affecting my mental health. You see what I mean? Like, this is just all f***ed up.
Yeah. I've been trying to text Bob. He hasn't been answering.
Well, and Griffin told me he was texting Bob, too, because of the relationship with Grace being real. And like I said, Bob just went completely dead silent. And Tina's telling me just to lay low and not worry about the relationship and worry about getting out. But as soon as I said that, Tina said that, and I started talking to my public defender again, because he started coming into the picture, he just started arguing with me on the phone, creating this big fight over the phone. And I'm like, weird.
Huh. I don't know, maybe Tina's telling you to not worry about the relationship because she's trying to sabotage the relationship.
I don't know, but it's really, really affecting me at this point, and it's only making things worse. Like, I've syndicated into psychology now, demanding that my case gets dropped and I get mental health treatment once I'm out. Because being incarcerated, let alone being lied to, is affecting my mental health so much.
I don't know.
And on top of that, it sounds like Bob all of a sudden wants me to put out more music on distribution, but my public defender told me my career's over. My career is over, meaning that I'm going to plead guilty to something, like a felony or something.
He can't force you to plead
but
guilty.
Then he can't. And then, on top of that, he says, but in January, we're going to move to drop the case. Well, dropping the case, we already know what that means, dropping the charges.
Yeah.
So why doesn't he just drop the charges now? I don't care if it's, the prosecutor, because he told me, the prosecutor said in January. That's what he told me, along with you. But I believe that if they're saying that they're going to drop the charges, they already know I'm innocent. So since they know I'm innocent, they just need to drop the charges now because Grace wanted to be here for my birthday. And that got canceled because I was in custody. And Grace also can't come visit me because of the BOP rules.
What are the rules?
They have to be, either married or they have to be on paper. Meaning that the relationship has to be already, on paper, like marriage.
But
and since we're not on paper, she can't come here.
But she
Bob
could marry
also
you in
can't
jail,
come here
though.
because he's not on paper.
But Grace could get married with you in jail, couldn't she?
She could, but I don't think she wants that. She wants an engagement cruise to Hawaii and to Disney, and then she wants our wedding, I think she was saying something like in the UK or Japan or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, but at least she could answer the phone or something. You could call her, but she doesn't seem like she's doing anything.
But anyways, I gotta go. This entire situation's all messed up, and things are not making sense along with the relationship, let alone being lied to. I'm kind of to a point I'm having enough of it.
Yeah, definitely. We got to figure out what's going on with Griffin and Bob behind your back too.
Yeah. Anyways, I gotta go. Okay.
All right. Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
There's a big issue going on here at the jail.
What's happening?
So, all the inmates got, I guess, told their families or whatever to look up my popularity on social media, and other inmates were also looking at my legal discovery. And my case has certain things that are blocked out, like blacked out.
Yeah.
And now the inmates have turned everything into a joke on purpose to try to piss me off. And I'm in PC, I'm in protected custody, but general population and certain COs are trying to team up to kill me.
Okay. Have you talked to Griffin or Bob about it?
Bob is not answering my calls. He hasn't been in a couple months now. Griffin is, every time I call him, he's just like, I don't know why you're not out. Tina's still playing this waiting game. She wants you out. I don't know why you're not out. My public defender is saying still that I'm not in contact and never was with Tina or Grace. But there's proof otherwise. My biological father just doesn't really want to talk about anything, let alone help me right now. And things are just not looking good. And other inmates are saying that my public defender's still having court without me, and I've already been designated. So people are just saying things and doing things just to piss me off on purpose. But anyways, I gotta go. They're locking everybody down right now.
Okay, talk soon.
They're doing weekend holiday count.
All right.
All right, bye. Hey, just to let you know, this may be the last time I can call.
Why is that?
Yesterday I got called out by the SIS, which is like the head investigators and I guess the head team of the jail.
Yeah.
Who deals with investigations. You probably know what SIS is because you've been to prison before. I got called out by them. They said they contacted Grace on my behalf when I told them not to, but that's beside the point. They went ahead and did that behind my back, and Grace is threatening a restraining order now.
The real Grace is threatening a restraining order? Why is that?
That's my understanding. I don't know. Just because the COs are calling. I don't know any other information other than that. I'm just going off of what SIS has told me. And then they've also told me to stop contact with everyone, or they will be shutting off the phones. And to me, that's a deliberate threat, not only towards me, but that's a threat to the Vanderwalls, Grace. Especially if my public defender is not telling me who I can and can't contact. That's my public defender's fault. And then I also got threatened last night over two things. One thing is that if I contact anybody, they will throw me in the shoe. If I use the phone, which goes against my amendments, my amendments. And to go along with that, they are also saying that Grace is not involved in my case when she is, because she's in my legal discovery, and she's a big part of my case. And to go along with that, I also got told last night by the night shift to go ahead and pack my belongings because I'm getting out. I'm getting my case dropped. But then after I packed up, they came back to my cell, the night shift here at the jail, and they told me, oh, we were just playing around. So I started freaking out last night, going like, why are the COs the last couple days just on purpose doing everything in the world to try to piss me off? Saying I'm getting out. They came on the intercom a couple times last night telling me to pack my stuff, I'm leaving, which never once happened. They were just going all haywire for some reason, like throwing me on purpose into the spotlight in front of these other inmates.
Yes.
I don't know the reason behind it. I don't know why I'm getting the blame.
This call is from a federal prison.
Especially being targeted by me trying to just do my time and get out. And all I want is just to know what's going on with me and Grace. That's all I want. And nobody is even helping me. And psychiatric here at this jail is telling me that my mental health is doing better. But I'm in my cell every single night punching the living crap out of myself. On purpose, beating myself up to where I have cuts and bruises all over my skin and all over my body. Because psychiatric is just telling me that, oh, you're doing great when I'm not. And I've told them that. Like, I told them, like, I don't know who to believe anymore. My public defender is not doing his job. I don't know why I got deemed incompetent and they're not talking to me about my case. I've been sitting here 6 months, and then psychiatric tells me that, oh, you're doing great. And so I just start punching myself in my face till I have a black eye. Because I feel like they're just playing me on purpose, trying to piss me off. And I feel like I have a lawsuit against that.
Yeah, you don't.
But also, I sent in the BP-8 or whatever it is, the paperwork, the prisoner complaint form, and mail sent it right back to me. They are refusing to send it out.
You talking about the suing paperwork or like a grievance form?
The the suing paperwork. They're refusing to even mail it out.
Wow. Yeah.
And then they're threatening to throw me in the shoe over it.
It sounds like the COs and them are trying to sabotage your relationship with Grace.
That's what it sounds like too. And then also Bob is doing the same thing. He's not answering the calls. Griffin said a couple days ago now that he thinks I should be getting out. He's in agreement with that I should be getting out. But then he hung up the call on me. He refused to talk anything else, and he said, I don't know why you're not out, and hung up the phone. That's literally all he said. And then also Griffin also admitted to being in contact with Bob.
So what are they doing? Are Griffin and Bob?
So, I don't know. Bob is telling me, or he was telling me that last time I talked to him that he was not in contact with Griffin. But Griffin and Grace's mother, I know for a fact, are. And I have proof of that. I have actual proof of that on my phone. Not in jail, but my phone that Bob actually has. I have proof of it. To go along with that, I'm just don't know why I'm being targeted in general. But I'm being, actually targeted for some reason. Not in a criminal way, or they're not breaking the law as of right now, but they're just on purpose doing things that they know they can get away with just to make me as angry as possible.
Definitely.
I don't know why.
Like that.
Yeah, and then they're trying to say, oh, you're incompetent, you're going to be transferred. They can't transfer me if they're on purpose trying to make me as angry as possible. Deliberately. That's actually that's a lawsuit that I can do because that's illegal. And then also, Bob keeps blaming in my legal discovery and just over the phone calls in general. And
this call is from a federal prison.
Also in police reports prior to my arrest, anything that in my legal discovery talks about him, right? He is blaming that it's all AI. Now, AI robots, AI voice, AI pictures, they are actually a thing. But the thing is, I feel like Democrats nowadays, I'm not a Democrat, but I feel like, well, I'm independent, but I feel like Democrats are blaming their mistakes on AI. That's how I feel. And Bob is blaming everything right now. All of the videos, all of the phone calls with him that has ever been leaked on social media, with Clark, a.k.a. Griffin, with Grace, with Tina, or people claiming to be them, he ends up coming back later and saying, oh, it's AI. Now, it's already been confirmed here at the jail that by the correction officers, because I got called out by SIS and other people, but they're telling me that I shouldn't trust even my own family at this point because they're lying. I'm actually correct, and I'm being the victim of my own family. That's what I'm being told now. And the reason why I'm thinking that this might be my last call is because the jail staff are threatening to stop all calls from this day forward.
Yeah, that sounds like, I don't know what they have against you. I don't know. It definitely sounds like
I don't know what they have against me. They're targeting me, and my public defender doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Wow. So...
And I feel like I should be able to have contact, and if I'm in the wrong, my public defender can always come visit me for 30 minutes and tell me, we have proof of this, here's the proof, if you can seize contact with this person. They're not even doing that. So I don't have the proof to be able to verify what anybody is saying. At this point, it's all just words. and it's driving me literally insane.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds very frustrating. I don't know why they would want to. So you've only been in contact with me and Griffin and your dad and Bob, right?
Well, he's kind of like a stepdad to me. He's not my biological dad. But yeah, that's about it since I've been arrested. And not even my public defender, really. But since like early October, like October 3rd, October 4th, I haven't been in contact with Bob at all. I've been trying to call him. He's been refusing to answer. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Nobody will tell me.
Yeah, he was
in
sick,
the meantime,
though.
Right. In the meantime, I've been talking with you the most because Griffin is not even answering his phone much. And Griffin wants to give me a number of his friend, but the SIS here is telling me don't do that.
Huh.
Because that's going to add to, I guess, whatever's going on. And I guess as well, Tina is in communication with somebody here at the jail on a regular basis, because SIS told me this, is in contact with the jail staff trying to get a restraining order on me because I'm talking on the phone about her. But yet nobody is sending me the proof. Nobody is sending me anything to even match what they're saying. All it is just words.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm to a point I don't give a anymore about what's going on. I'm just in complete violation of things myself, because it's clear everybody's just violating whatever they feel like. And I'm more of a guy that is like, I will do what I'm going to do until there's proof on paper.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense why she would want a restraining order, because you can't get a restraining order against somebody unless they threaten you or something. But you never threatened her. You just want to make amends with her and get back on her good side and get back with Grace.
Right. That's all I want, is to get back on her good side and try to figure out what's going on. And I haven't even talked to her since I've been here, and she's trying to say that I either have or something, and SIS is getting in the middle of it, but yet they're not sending me, or they're not showing me the proof of their phone call, because they're the ones that are saying we made the call, meaning SIS made the call to Grace and Tina. I don't even know if Grace and Tina even want that call. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if they were threatening SIS with a restraining order, or if they were threatening me. But until I have either something on paper or I talk with Tina to try to sort this out, it's just empty threats.
Yeah. I don't know what SIS's problem is. I don't know why they're messing with you, but
and it's not just SIS. Like last night after lockdown, the COs, like I said, told me to pack my stuff, and I was leaving. My case was dropped. I was getting out. I packed up everything. And then after I packed up, I started banging on my cell door and woke up my cellie because he was asleep. It was like midnight. And then at midnight, here comes the CO back to my cell and is like, oh, we were just playing around with you. And I'm like, you guys woke me up. Told me to pack my stuff. Now I'm thinking I'm getting out, like you guys were saying, and now you guys are joking about everything. So I just sat in my cell and just started punching the living crap out of myself. And my cellie told me it's not worth it.
Yeah.
They're just trying to piss me off. And I was like, I understand that, but it's not okay what they're doing.
Yeah, it's definitely not okay what they're doing, but hurting yourself isn't gonna change anything.
It's not going to help myself either. And I mean, even on top of that, psychiatric is saying that, like, oh, you're doing great. They're not helping. They're not doing anything. So I'm just to a point, I'm just kind of letting it escalate, which isn't good.
That's not good. You want to keep yourself safe. If you start hurting yourself, it's just going to make things a lot worse. So.
Right, and I'm also not, like, psychiatric's not going to put me on suicide watch or anything because I'm not suicidal. so they can't do that. And I've already talked to psychiatric, and they're not going to do it because they already know I'm not suicidal.
Okay.
But anyways, I gotta go. All right, this is absolutely crazy.
All right. Hopefully I'll talk to you soon if they don't cut off the phones.
All right. Sounds good. All right, bye.
All right, bye.
As you can see, he's still talking about Grace and everyone a lot. There's plenty of interesting stuff you can take from these phone calls as well and talk about in the comments. I think the jail tablet was actually broke by Daniel because, like, he admitted to freaking out while inside. Like, he's hit himself a bunch, apparently. And the emails earlier did talk about him having injuries on himself, but tries to say it was due to being homeless, which he did have some, like, bad, like, foot hygiene. Like, his feet were really bad. And there was probably, like, he had like some skin rashes and stuff, but I think there's more than just that. Since he admitted to freaking out and hitting himself while inside, I wonder what else he has done. With him having the history of possibly using people who are not mentally well as him, so who really knows what all he has done in jail. Now we're going to go to the calls with Clark. These date from November 25th to December 26th in that order. There is some stuff that he tells both Clark and Nicholas, which you'll see in this video, but there's also a few different and unique phone calls with Clark. You all might actually find some contradictions in these, and if you all do, just let me know. But here are the phone calls.
Even that fight happened yesterday, so your old cellmate, did he like just come up to you in the unit?
It happened like in the cell after lockdown. Yeah. I am on the phone, and do you want me to fight you? Because, like, literally, I'm not going to have this game. I'm on the phone with somebody. Relax. You're a joke. You're 12 years old for getting upset at me for being on the phone. What the hell? Like, what the So, yeah, no, because everybody who went to jail is, like, also getting upset.
Wait, was that a CO or another inmate?
Yeah, that's another inmate. We went on lockdown, and then he started saying, Grace is not in contact with you. She never will be. Your legal discovery states it. And I said, well, that's not true at all because you don't know the true facts, and my legal discovery is out of date. It's clearly out of date. Yeah. And if she really didn't like me and she didn't want the relationship, she would have pressed charges.
True.
And the label would have too. And he went all berserk over that.
Jeez, did you have to go to the nurse or?
No. I mean, surprisingly enough, I wasn't even bleeding that much, but it was enough to give me a black eye.
Dang.
So I put in a kite to see psychology today to let them know, because I have a history of hitting myself, and I'm going to let them know that, like, they can't trust everything.
This call is from a federal prison.
Can't believe just anybody, because people are, like, actually trying to accuse me of my past, whether things are true or not. And then that turns into, like, trolling and blackmail at the same time.
Jeez, so there's people in there trying to troll you too?
Oh yeah, no, it's people are starting to troll, people are starting to, it's just the friendships in here are just starting to really get, like, too close, if you know what I mean, and then they just start going over the top until it's no longer funny, and then people get in a fight over it.
Yeah, well, hopefully, did they move your cell after that fight yet, or are you still with that guy?
Yeah, they moved my cell. I'm still in the same unit, but I moved the cells because there's no issues when we're in the day room.
Yeah.
The issues are only with particular cellmates. And they're when we're on lockdown. So with the right cellmate, everything is perfect.
Yeah. No, that's a good thing. Hopefully,
Right.
your new cellmate is better. Your old cellmate was probably a pedophile or something, and was just like, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't want to say something that isn't true. But yeah, it's But besides that, I'm doing okay. I'm just waiting at this point I mean, being on lockdown so much in a 6x or 8x4 cell is really not fun at all.
No, it's not, and I've
especially when I'm innocent and the case is going to get dropped anyways. It's bullshit.
It's like, why haven't they done it already? It makes no sense. I don't get that.
I don't get that either, because I want to be with family on Thanksgiving and also at Christmas, because I haven't been with anybody for like years on the holidays. So I want to actually spend time with family and friends for the holidays, and I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to make threats anymore.
I believe you.
But the thing is, I just felt like I was in danger, and that's why I made the threat.
I mean,
I felt in danger.
At the same time,
that's illegal right.
They know you weren't capable at all. It's not, you've never even had a weapon in your life, so I don't understand why they thought you could even make a bomb or even get to the White House or even so that's the main point, especially if they deemed you mentally incompetent. How do they deem you competent to make those threats? It makes no sense.
Right, it doesn't. And I mean, the only thing they could really do is plead guilty to the threat themselves, but I have enough evidence to prove that, like, I was homeless. I was on probation, and the probation officer, it was court ordered that they get me housing. And they never once even talked to the case manager that works at the probation department. Like, really? And they can't communicate with that case manager or whatever the person was that was supposed to help with getting housing. And the feds come and arrest me at probation the day that they were supposed to actually have that meeting over housing.
Exactly.
So they were just being all stupid about it on purpose. And that's not okay, because my public defender is like, well, we have proof that you were trying to do everything right. We have proof that you were on probation. It was court ordered.
You were still showing up,
You know what I mean? Like, I was showing up to everything. And then, on top of that, my probation officer was giving me food from their food bank, whatever thing.
Like stuff that you couldn't even make.
and it was all microwavable. Microwavable, or you have to cook on the stove. So how, like, if I'm homeless, where the heck am I going to find boiling hot water to cook, like, rice or cook enchiladas? Like, I'm just saying, like, how, like, that is just not realistic at all.
No, it's not. That's a point you should definitely bring up to your lawyers.
I did.
Good.
I did.
I've
already brought all of this up to my lawyer, and he's like, this is why he deemed me incompetent. He was like, because from what it sounds like is he doesn't even have time for trial on his caseload.
And
he's way too busy. So he's just deemed me incompetent, put on this weight game, and then he's like, well, you're innocent. We're going to try to get you out as soon as possible.
Do you think he, reads
dude, really?
Do you think he reads the Reddit and stuff?
Well, the crazy thing is he says he's been a follower of mine for a long time, so he already knows a lot of information.
Yeah, I heard that he printed off a comment about him from the Reddit, and it's in his office.
I have no clue, but...
Oh, also, a good question. Is your hair super long right now, or did you get a haircut recently, or how does that work?
I have not gotten a haircut. Nobody wants to do my haircut because they don't know what's going on with the record deal or Grace, and it's inmates that do the haircut.
Oh, okay.
And so the inmates are concerned if the record label or Tina, because I got deemed incompetent, owns my public image or something.
Oh, yeah.
So the inmates don't want to do the haircut. So I'm just sitting here with my hair, down to my chin until I get out, because I haven't gotten a haircut all year.
Jeez, yeah, I figured. I was like, dang, your hair must be, it's been 6 months, your hair must be down to your shoulder.
My hair is almost longer than Grace's.
Jeez.
Like, literally, I want to say about the same or longer.
This call is from a federal prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I guess all we can really do is wait till January, and it's not too far from there. And I mean, I'm glad you're staying up, and just keep having hope, and keep doing your classes and proving everyone wrong. And I think you'll. I mean,
Yeah, and then also I'm just going to be in contact with you, and I'm going to be in contact with Nicholas more as like a friend while I'm in here, and then I'll do whatever Tina wants as soon as I get out.
That's smart. And then also, I think when you get out, you're even more popular right now. You're going to easily be able to make money with people, or I mean, people think you're out every day for some reason. Everyone's like, "Oh, did Daniel actually get out?" Because people post.
That's crazy. But anyways, the phone's about to cut out. But it's good to know that I am more popular than ever. That's good.
All right. I'll see you later, Daniel.
All right, bye. I just had a legal call for the first time since October, early October. Okay? And my public defender has told me to cut permanent ties with Bob, the real Bob, not an impersonator, the real Bob, told me to cut ties with Nicholas. He told me that he confirmed the Interscope records being confirmed because it's Janik at Interscope.com, so he confirmed that being real, but he confirmed, or he told me that my legal discovery that he sent me, everything in the legal discovery is fake, is what he told me, not real information. And he told me as well that Grace doesn't want me, she doesn't like me, she hates me, and everything is a scam.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that could be the thing with Grace. I mean,
it's scary as hell. Like, I do not know what's going on, and I guess for my public defender to tell me to cut ties with Bob because he's trolling as well is just crazy. And also, my public defender told me that he did not know at all about my mother passing away. And I told him, well, I guess I'm going to sit here and suffer because you're doing nothing for me. And if you want me to become incompetent, I will become incompetent, is what I told him.
Jeez.
Because I told him I have not been transferred yet, and it sounds like you guys are trying to frame me to where I become incompetent, so I will be more than happy to do that.
What did he say about that?
And he told me, another thing is he told me that if I'm not out by the end of December, he's going to drop the case in January. But I told him I do not care about the dropping the case in January. The case needs to be dropped now. And right when I said that, the phone call hung up.
Jeez.
So I don't know if he hung up on me or what happened. But it's bad. It's really bad. Like, it's to a point I think he's affecting my mental health on purpose just to piss me off. And that is not good. I probably shouldn't even talk to him if he's going to piss me off the way that he's doing. And especially since he's telling me that the legal discovery that has the conversations of Grace in the flippin' legal discovery that he sent me is now he's denying is just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Why would he even send it in the first place?
Right. And then I told him as well that because this is crazy. You told me you were in Florida. And on top of that, I got a picture sent of, I guess, yesterday or something, okay? And it was Grace and another singer, Ava something. Ava, I forget the last name. But they're wearing free Daniel Larson shirts.
Weird.
And they're in Florida, which is exactly where you said you were going.
How do you know they're in Florida on the picture?
They're on the beach. They're on the beach. I don't know if they're in Florida or not, but they're somewhere on a beach.
She's probably in California, I would assume. It's more.
She's either in California or South Carolina.
True. Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach or something. But to go along with that, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to cut ties with you, and I don't want to cut ties with Nicholas right now because you guys.
This call is from a federal prison.
You guys have so much information. You see what I mean?
Exactly.
From before I got arrested, and you even confirmed that at one point you know that the relationship with Grace was real. That is important. And my lawyer is telling me that I'm crazy and I should be in Springfield.
I mean, I don't understand that because I thought he was saying that she knew who you were. So I guess she knows who you are, but she doesn't want.
She knows who I am and is wearing free Daniel Larson shirts or something, and I guess is somehow selling merch, which maybe is the merch that you're sending or putting out, right? Because you said you were going to at some point.
Yeah, but I never ended up.
We never got to the point of me getting the money yet because we were still working on it.
Yeah, I haven't even received any money because I think Flexburger is receiving that. I don't know how, but.
Right, but you also told me that you were in contact at one point.
I thought I was.
Burger, but he's stopping talking to you or something.
Yeah.
Or something is happening there.
It was back in the beginning, but I haven't seen anybody selling anything with your merch on it recently since last year.
Weird. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, because I'm clearly being targeted. So 2 more things.
Okay.
Nicholas showed me, I guess over the phone, a video recording. It's a recording of, I guess, an AI version of you. Somebody is trying to do AI of a conversation of you and Tina. Where Tina says or something that, like, if I would cut ties with you, and I guess Nicholas, at this point, I would already be out.
Yeah, he's a liar.
The thing is, to me, it sounded like it was AI.
Also, at the same time, why would that even make sense in the court of law right now? Like, that Nicholas is obviously obsessed with me. He sent stuff to my house. He sent me note cards with your face on it saying that stuff like titled to my parents, and he tries to call me every day. Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's weird. Because I was thinking about cutting ties with him, but it's weird right now.
Yeah, I'd be very careful.
Kind of going by based off what's going on.
Yeah, I'd be careful, very careful.
Okay. But also, I know that you said that you were going to try to come visit me and was going to see if Grace can come too.
Yeah, and
at some point. Is that even still an option?
Well, I mean, if what your lawyer's saying is true, no. But remember, I haven't heard anything in weeks, so I just need to figure out what else is going on. For now, I think you should just focus on getting out in your career, and we can deal with the whole Grace
thing. It doesn't
thing.
Look like I'm getting out.
Okay.
According to my lawyer, it looks like he's just. I shouldn't even talk to him. I should not talk to him. He's just going against everything. When was the last time that you talked with the PR manager?
Like 2 or 3 days ago, and the last I heard, it was since then it's been pretty much radio silent.
Okay. Can you try? How about this? Can you try to message them again?
Okay.
And see what Tina needs from me.
Okay.
Okay. Ask her. How about this? Ask her if she can send me a letter.
Okay, that could be smart.
Ask her if she can send me a letter to the jail. Okay. Within the next couple days. And send in there what she wants me to do to be able to get out.
Okay, but I don't think it's her deal if you get out. I think she's just if she only is really with Grace. I think.
So what you're saying is like she's not against me getting out. She's struggling with my lawyer too, or
yeah, I think it's the prosecutor right now. I think they're worried about, I guess, where you're gonna go if you get out, since technically you don't have.
Well, that's their responsibility. mentality at this point.
I
Put me on
agree.
pretrial services.
I agree.
Put me at the flippin' halfway house. Put me somewhere where I'm just waiting on pretrial. That's their own fault.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Like, if they're concerned about me getting out and getting housing or something, then there's the options that the court has. Just figure it out. Jeez.
Yeah, a lot of time's being wasted.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. And if the Vanderwalls never even filed, because you said that Grace blocked you, right?
Yeah, as of right now, but I'm still trying
How long ago did she block you?
I mean, I don't know if I'm blocked more than that. I'm just not getting any answers. It's been maybe like 2 weeks, probably. Since Bob hasn't been answering. It's been around the same time.
No, around the same time.
Yeah.
And are you still leaking the phone calls, or did that stop?
No,
I know that the leaking of the phone calls was a big problem.
I have not, but I did see the call that Nicholas put out the other day, because you keep calling me I like he's Clark, a.k.a. Griffin, or Griffin, a.k.a. Clark.
Yeah, but your name is Griffin, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's because when looking at it from a legal perspective, right, they need to know. So they don't call me crazy.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I agree.
I feel like I'm feeling like this entire situation, the reason why I made the threat, I feel like Bob was on purpose in conversation with the Vanderwalls. I believe he's lied to me. I believe he's in contact at this point. All along, right? And he lied to me saying he wasn't. And I believe that he pretty much chose, as well as the Vanderwalls, to keep me homeless until I said something, which was the threat, right? And so I would get arrested by the feds. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I don't get why he would do that.
So the courts could get me housing.
Oh,
Because the Vanderwalls do not have charges against me for the threats I made, and we already know Tina promised me that she would help.
That is true. And McDougall promised, I guess you think...
McDougall promised, but he was trying to falsely incriminate me. He was calling me a pedo and all this crazy stuff without even the proof. And I don't know if there is a conversation, I guess, in my legal discovery where I did say that I was to somebody claiming to be Tina, but I don't think it was really Tina. And at that point of this day, I didn't eat in like a week.
Yeah, no.
So I literally was not even thinking straight. I just read the message and I just responded immediately. I was in the car with Bob that day.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, they can't really get you for that.
Right, and they can't. And on top of that, you know that Bob got angry and said, "Stop talking to Griffin."
Yeah.
So, and I told him, I'm on the phone with Grace, and he's like, "No, you're not," and all this crazy stuff, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" He has something against the Vanderwalls. I don't know what it is. I don't want to be judgmental when it comes to that, but I feel like somewhere along the line, somebody started telling me that I was in contact with impersonators, claiming to be Grace in the label. I don't think there was ever impersonators, and I believe that's why I got You see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just on the phone.
But you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. 100%. It's like a whole mix up between everybody.
And then also, I know that Tina told me that the relationship was confirmed and all this stuff when I was talking with her. Then she told me, Grace told me that she cheated behind my back. You see what I mean? So there's all this stuff to where Tina is, I think, even overwhelmed All I know is that Tina was like, "Oh, that's clearly not okay." You see what I mean? And you probably remember those conversations.
Oh, I do.
So I don't know exactly what's going on there. And then also, I guess one of the other inmates in the jail did steal one of my papers on my legal discovery, which had Grace's address. So she needs to be careful because other people are going to try to send her letters impersonating me.
Jeez, okay, that could be something bad.
She might be accidentally sending letters or something, I don't know, to the wrong person. I don't even know. But I did try to send her like 4 letters, including Tina and Dave, way back in like July and August.
Okay, that could be, hopefully that she's safe though. Do you know what inmate it was, or was it just a random person?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who it was. I'm getting multiple
Yeah.
about it. And then also, besides that, I mean, I'm just waiting. I'm kind of pissed off at the court lawyer for deeming me incompetent. They were manipulating me as well, saying one thing, and then it's like, well, in my mind, I was like, you can't really do that. And then they're like, well, anything else, because we can't talk about this anymore. And they shut me down.
Yeah, that can be frustrating.
Well, that's illegal.
True.
From their point of view. So, I mean, even though they're doing it, I can still sue. Especially once I get out. And I already have the paperwork. I also told on the phone call to Nicholas that I was going to sue Bob. Which probably, if he got word of that probably pissed him off.
Yeah, that's what the title of I think of Nicholas's video is, that you want to sue Bob.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not going to do that unless I get out. I mean, if I don't get out.
Yeah,
if I get out, then I'm not going to sue. If I'm transferred and I'm not out by December, then I will sue.
And
Because I feel like there's a bunch of illegal activities.
yeah, and
I'm the monkey in the middle.
there's someone also, there's a Roblox game that's like about you right now that has like thousands of players on it, and they're like raising money on there, and they're selling like shirts and stuff, but I'm pretty sure they're just taking the money for themselves.
Yeah, Nicholas told me that was you, but if you are in contact or were in contact with the Vanderwalls, which we already know, then it's clear that it's not you.
No, it's not me.
Like Bob, or, it's like a planned thing to raise money. This entire thing was just a big, publicity scheme for me.
No, I mean,
I don't know. I'm just the monkey in the middle, like I said, and I'm being pretty much framed in all this. It's ridiculous.
it is a whole situation. So for now, I guess we just have to keep waiting, and hopefully, for now, I would say just stop talking about Bob so that maybe he'll call you again, so you can get money again.
I hope. I mean, today's the last day I can get money for commissary. I mean, they keep pushing it out, so I'm lucky right now. But today, I think, is the last day. So he really needs to get a hold of me today, because I'm trying to get new clothing in commissary.
Yeah,
I don't have to put up with all the jail stuff. I could just, get new clothing and be done.
Yeah, and get
Get out, then I have clothing.
And have your tablet.
I gotta go.
Okay.
All right. If you keep trying to get a hold of Grace,
Okay.
Just try to tell Tina, I'm sorry, and I really need to talk to her.
Okay.
To apologize and try to really talk to her, okay?
Okay.
If that's even possible. If she says no, just ask her, the reason, and just get back to me.
Okay, I'll try and... Yeah, stay positive for now. You got it.
Bye. For my computer for the phone stuff, so I could use the phone and call people, they found her number in the phone thing, okay, on the computer. and they decided to call her, and Grace threatened a restraining order. I have not spoken to her since I've been arrested, or at all, okay? I don't know what is going on with that. My public defender, like I said, will not tell me anything, because I just haven't spoken to her since I've been in custody, maybe not even this year, I don't know. But I've been threatened now over a restraining order by them.
Jeez.
I don't know what's going on, but SIS is just going haywire. And SIS here at the jail threatened to throw me in the shoe over Grace. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's some type of attack. But I am to a point to where I feel like I'm being completely taken advantage of, not only prior to me coming in jail, but now that I'm in jail, I feel the same. Also, to go along with that, one of the COs got on the loudspeaker for the entire unit, told me yesterday to pack all of my belongings and that I was leaving.
Jeez, so they were trying to get you kicked out of the unit, but then...
No, it was the correction officers that got on the loudspeaker for the entire pod, okay, and told me that to pack my belongings. For the courts to file two things over the weekend, on a holiday weekend, is very, very suspicious, let alone the fact that they said that they were going to my court, my public defender was going to send in a motion if I'm not moved by the end of January or the end of December.
Yeah,
right?
December 30th.
The 31st, then I would be getting out, right?
Yeah,
That's
they
what
need
he
to...
said, but then for it to be a new 4 months, right? A new 4 months, and then they cancel it and say, no, we're not doing another 4 months, so he's getting out at the end of the 31st, December 31st, once again, to me, is very suspicious.
And
why don't they just drop the case now?
And Nicholas, yeah, that he is not. He's very suspicious too. I think he's being investigated as well as we speak. I mean, actually, I know he is.
Well, Nicholas is. I agree with that, and that's another thing SIS called me out on. But I also feel like he sent me in the mail legal information about my case.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to renew the 4 months. At the end of the 4 months, it's up to the jail manager or jail somebody, I forget. But I actually have the paperwork and the rules for how they're allowed to do the case.
I mean, you said you got punched in the face, but then you kind of told Nicholas that you punched yourself. So did you actually punch yourself, or did you get punched?
Both.
Okay.
But that was over a couple days ago, and I talked to Psych.
Okay.
And Psych told me that, believe it or not, my mental health is doing phenomenal. They said my mental health is doing phenomenal, and I just sat there and laughed at them when I came back to my cell. I was like, my mental health is declining, and you guys are saying it's getting better? So what is it? What's going on now? And that's when I really started to raise red flags as to what they're teaching.
Yeah.
And it's very, very weird. Like, since Trump got in office, they've switched their motive on everything to, oh, he's doing great, he's doing phenomenal. And then I start getting all these correction officers randomly threatening me and saying, don't talk to Grace. Grace is pretty much a threatening Grace, if you really think about it.
And do they go
and
through...
I'm sitting here going like, I never really talked. I don't know what they're talking about. And then you tell me that the 2 motions came out for my release or whatever, and that makes absolutely no sense. So why do I have to wait 31-ish days now until the 1st of January before I walk through this door? Because that's after the holiday. And
This call is from a federal prison.
Would most likely be the soonest time after
It's
my
almost,
case is dropped.
it's almost like they're trying to give you a little bit of false hope, which is almost wrong.
They're trying to give me false hope, and that's almost wrong. I agree with that 100%. And that's what's affecting my mental health at this point. I've known they've been doing this way since my public defender said that I would be getting out and I would be transferred. When that didn't happen, I started to already look at red flags as of 3 months ago. And then I started talking to the unit case manager about, hey, can you schedule a legal call? And he started saying no.
Weird. Wait.
And then he went on vacation for 2 weeks. And when he came back, he was only back for a day. And then he went on vacation again. And I was like, this is turning into definitely me being taken advantage of. And I'm not going to let that slide.
Oh no, and I mean, is your cellmate still messing with you, or have you gotten dealt with?
That situation is under control.
Okay.
I got a new cellmate.
Did they let you?
I was with a previous cellmate that did me, but I reported it.
What would he touch you? What the hell, Daniel?
Well, it was a lot more than just that, but he held me down and wouldn't let me move or whatever and tried to do some stuff, but I reported it, and another thing is the jail, sexual abuse, whatever, report people, they dropped that case and said it never happened. Because they didn't have proof, so that pisses me off too.
Yeah, that's wrong.
But they did move me out of that cell, and that guy actually got out of jail. He left to the halfway house.
Weird.
So that's not good either.
No,
if he goes to the same halfway house I was supposed to go to, then that's a safety concern.
That is.
So the courts need to just drop the case so I don't go to the halfway house. And also I got money. I've been getting music stuff, right? My music sales that you know about.
Yeah.
So I have money with that.
And
and then also, sorry, one more thing.
You did.
I hate to interrupt. So one big problem as well about just kind of how things are going. Way back in early October, right? Bob told me that my music sales got down to $12 a week. That's a big drop from 180 to 200 from what it used to be.
Yeah, that is.
So they're destroying my public image, and my sales are going down. If I get back out, I need to find a way to get housing fast. No,
I agree, and we have to get your image looking better than always. So.
I agree. But anyways, the phone's about to cut out. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I hope you're doing well, and I hope they at least let you, decorate your cell and something like that, because...
I'm going to get by. I'm fighting this right now, and I'm trying to get out, but I'll get by.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
I'll see you, Dan.
Hey.
Jeez, what the heck?
What times are good for me to call?
I'm back in the States now, so pretty much any time. Sorry, I was trying to figure out the credit card thing and everything, because your calls haven't cost money recently, but these ones do, and I didn't know you were going to be in Oklahoma, so I'm confused on that as well, but I'm here now.
Okay, so I'm in Oklahoma, because they don't transfer direct.
Okay.
I went on a private jet with the feds, okay, from Denver to Oklahoma with about 200 people on the plane. It's like a private commercial jet.
Jeez.
And there was 20 officers on the plane, and they were, I guess, trained also as flight attendants, but they were actual, Fed officers. And the flight was an hour and a half. I landed in Oklahoma City, and then I got here to Cimarron Correctional Facility. And I'm going to be here until I guess they can schedule, because there's only 3 planes for the feds. When the next plane goes from Cimarron to Springfield, then that's the plane I'm going to be on.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what some people were talking about online, that you're just in a holding, and then they'll move you to Missouri in the next couple of days.
Yeah. So I finally got a hold of Bob, okay? Once again, I'm not going to be talking about him because he doesn't want that.
Okay.
So, first of all, you know the reason why I made the threat.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep talking about that. I'm kind of pissed off at kind of everybody in a way, because I felt like everybody was just talking and not actually doing or owning up to what they were saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
So I felt like I had to make the threat to be able to get off the street. And I realized that I shouldn't have done it. I don't think I can be held accountable for the threat because it was court-ordered by probation that I was on, the misdemeanor probation for housing. And my probation officer kept holding it off, which he shouldn't have done.
That's true.
So I do blame probation in a way. But I was also knowing the situation with Tina and Grace and even you. And I wanted to really kind of set my foot down and really say, look, I care about this probably more than people think I do. I care about the relationship. I care about my future. I don't want to be on the streets anymore. And that's why I kind of I felt like I had to draw the line to bring everybody together.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And, well, thank you. I do realize that there might have been trolling in the past or whatever. I'm kind of pissed off at my family. I'm not going to mention names. I'm just kind of pissed off at my biological and some of my friends for blaming people without really knowing anything, and then them blaming other people and family without really knowing any information, because it's not getting us anywhere. And I think we live in an already judgmental world, and we don't need more of that.
No, I 100% agree with you. Everything was just kind of going crazy, and then when the feds got involved, and then of course you have a Reddit that's constantly posting your every move, where you are, what you're doing, making fake things.
And I don't think Bob even realized that it was really that. And I don't think he realized that fans were actually showing up at the location. He thought that, or just, there, wherever I was. I think he was thinking I was actually posting my location, which I wasn't doing when I was with him.
It's true.
So I think there was a big family miscommunication going on, and they just didn't believe me. But anyways, my public defender did say when I first got arrested that I wouldn't know anything about Tina or Grace or further information until I get deemed competent. Okay. I wish it wasn't that way. I really do. But it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere until I get deemed competent.
Which should hopefully happen sooner or later. I mean, you're on medication now. You're sounding a lot better. I would keep it up, and they have to.
Well, yeah, but the crazy thing is I haven't even started the medication yet.
Oh, shoot.
I know, right? Like, just because I'm off the street, I'm doing better.
That's true.
Like, I hate to say it that way, but it's all because I'm off the street and I'm getting food. I was close to dying.
That's true. Is this facility...
My body was shutting down.
Is this facility better than the other one, or is it worse?
No, it's I don't want to say it's like the cells are like a porta potty.
Oh, shit.
But it's like, when you go to like a park and there's the cabins or whatever where the restroom is.
Yeah.
Or like a shower at like a sporting field.
Oh, okay.
It's like that. Concrete floor that's dirty as hell. One toilet that's about the same as like an actual porta potty or county jail, but the window is just one big gigantic window, floor to ceiling, so I can see out. Besides that, I mean, it's set up like kind of like Denver would be, Denver County Jail.
Yeah.
But it's run way worse.
I mean, the cool thing is,
and then
there's a tornado.
County is worse. Food here is better.
And the good thing is that I know you you wanted to like look at storm chasing and all that. Well, Oklahoma's got a lot of tornadoes. I know that.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that while I'm in custody.
That's true, but you should be I mean, you'll get out. I have faith in your lawyer and everything. I mean, you're right. You didn't have any way of making those threats actually happen. It was just you with freedom of speech, of saying things, and you were stressed.
Freedom of speech, right. And I didn't see even the government really helping. I didn't see it. And so, and the fact I even, like, asked for help so many times on hold, somebody should have done something.
Instead, everyone was just worrying about getting you arrested or trolling when someone, like, they failed you. The housing disabilities failed you. They all just gave up on you, I guess.
Well, that, and I also know that Tina was in contact with disability housing way back. And then I randomly got arrested and they ditched me. They kicked me out for some reason. And I think I freaked out because I randomly got arrested, not knowing like exactly what was going on. I was on a walk and I came home and nobody was there, and police showed up around the corner and said, "You're trespassing on private property." And I'm like, no, this is my house. And they went up, and you know how I used to have the karaoke machines?
Oh yeah.
They were playing my karaoke machine and my music in the garage with the doors closed and everything, and they refused to answer for the deputies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
But the deputies could hear my music, and they were like, "Okay, well, we have no other option, but there is a warrant for your probation, and we're coming to get you. It's a PR bond." They took me. I stayed the night. I got released on the PR bond and went back to the house, and Reva told me, which was my case manager at DDRC, told me to go ahead and try to get in because they can't just kick me out. Little did I know the entire company that was the housing people were through, not Reva, but the entire housing company, a day later came forward while I was sleeping on the street that night. They came forward and said they had a full-blown restraining order against me.
Jeez.
And I was like, a restraining order for what?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And apparently it was because they called in. I was trespassing on private property. And my stuff still is at that house. I was never able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you talked to Bob. Did he say anything about your mom? Is she okay, or?
So, it does sound like my mother is passed away.
Okay.
It does sound like it's confirmed. I don't know anything legally as far as it, but it does. It's last I've heard from my mother, she was paralyzed, as we know, and she was going blind.
Yeah.
So it was clear that her body over everything was malfunctioning.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to hold up the phone and, because it's costing.
Yeah.
When I get to Springfield, though, the calls are going to go back to being free.
Okay, perfect.
And it's set up like a hospital.
Okay.
But it's completely, I'll have pretty much, from my understanding, almost all day. Any time of day I can call. call so we can set up actual time.
Okay, perfect. And then
whatever works best.
Do you think they have video calls there or no?
I don't know, but I will give you permission to come visit.
Okay.
I do have to be careful because, just because of your past with you trolling, and I don't even want to say you were trolling because I don't think you were. Like I said, I think people are being over-judgmental with very little information just because you were leaking phone calls. You've already apologized.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you get held accountable for it, I don't, I'm to a point to where it's I'm not going to be affected. You see what I mean? That's on you. I've already said that. But I just want to let you know I'm doing okay. The only bad thing is I'm starting to get used to being institutionalized.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm in a cell so much, I'm just used to that cell life. And that's the only thing that's not good right now.
Yeah.
That and, of course, me and Grace, because I'm concerned about that. Because, literally, we already know I care a lot about her and just our relationship and our tour that we were planning. I don't know why Tina keeps, of course, doing this flip-flopping, is what I'm calling it at this point, flip-flopping back and forth.
Yeah.
And I also don't know why Dave's being so silent about everything.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And, in Springfield, I think will change your, since you won't be in a cell there, it's more of a hospital, so maybe you won't feel as institutionalized.
Well, I'll be institutionalized, but it's going to be a little different.
Yeah.
It does look like I'm going to be in custody at least another 6 months, maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to get...
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, we only have 1 minute. But I'm hoping to get out next, hopefully within 6 months to a year. I'm really praying. All right?
All right, yeah, we'll just keep fighting.
Yeah. Anyways, keep me updated if you hear anything else about Grace and what's going on.
Okay.
If you can, let her know what's going on. I don't know if you can or not, but I'm going to go.
Okay.
Feel free to talk to my lawyer if you need anything, okay?
Okay. See you, Daniel. Stay safe.
Bye.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, so I got good news.
Okay. What we got on?
So yesterday, the U.S. Marshals, the Marshal Service, the U.S. Marshals, were here at the jail.
Jeez.
Somebody that works for the U.S. Marshals, they can answer questions for the inmates, any issues going on in the jail, any issues with staff at the jail, stuff like that. So I told them about the issue with my public defender and how I got deemed incompetent. I just kind of told them, I'm having issues with my case, okay? But what they did tell me, because I told them as well about the, if I'm not in Springfield on the 31st, which is exactly what I was told, was I have to be in Springfield. That's what my public defender said. And then if I'm not, my case will get dropped. The U.S. Marshal Service told me that if it's in the words that I have to be at Springfield, because I'm at Oklahoma, at Cimarron, and I'm also in transfer, if they never said anything about transfer, and they're saying I have to be in Cimarron, or I have to be in Springfield, which I'm clearly not, then they will drop my case. And they've seen this type of thing before. They're saying if my public defender and the prosecutor does not
I think it's a cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, I think, because, and then there's also, like, I guess something that has to do with words or something, like what people are saying. So it would be going against their word. Even though I'm in transfer, they should have either told me to be in transfer, which they never said, and they also said that the U.S. Marshal Service told me that I would also have to, oh my God, I would, if they really wanted me to be at Springfield, they could have done it this week.
Did you talk to the marshals about like your past situations and getting like trolled in the prison and people like assaulting you or whatnot?
Yeah, I did, and they said that should not be going on, and that also counts as cruel and unusual punishment, because they are also dropping all the Prius that I've ever put out. They've dropped for the harassment and reports that I put in from the correction officers themselves. They're all getting dropped. And so the thing is, they're just not caring like they really should. And they're not separating. If anything, they should separate. You see what I mean?
I agree.
And they're not even doing that. There's no resolution. There's no nothing. But the good news is I told Bob yesterday that we start going ahead and planning for my release. Bob told me that he is still paying my phone bill.
That's good.
So that's a good sign, because I must be getting out soon, because you wouldn't want to keep paying my phone bill.
That's true. He has hope. He has hope.
Right. So I told him hopefully I'm out in January. I don't know. But at this point, I don't think they can continue to hold me, because they keep saying they're dropping the case. They keep saying all this stuff. They're not doing it. So at this point, even the Marshal Service told me it's cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, why would they take you to Oklahoma for no reason if they weren't going to take you to Springfield? That makes no sense.
Yeah. What they should have done is, because I know that it's the transfer, because they don't do direct flights for some stupid reason. I don't know, but they don't do direct flights. They should have just planned it earlier. That's what the U.S. Marshal Service is saying. If they really wanted me in Springfield by the 31st, they would have already planned it before the holidays.
Jeez, okay.
And then not only that, I've decided that because the situation with me and Grace and what's going on with that, I've kind of decided that we're going, because Grace said that we were engaged, and that was before I got arrested. We were looking at houses. I've decided once I get out, I'm going to try to just leave off or start off again where we left off. I'm just going to start looking at houses again, and the money that I have saved so far, I'm just going to throw towards the apartment or whatever. I'm gonna worry about that within the first month.
I mean, that's smart, but at the same time, I thought the Vanderwills that want nothing right now, and you're going to have to get back on their good side, because I think talking about them is just making the courts and everything mad, because they think you're crazy. And that
To be honest, I really don't care about what the courts think about me and Grace right now.
Okay.
I really don't. Like, they don't have a say. They're
True.
not really involved.
Yeah.
The Grace situation is not actually charges. Nothing. I was never given a restraining order for. So there's no restraining order. When I was at court on the very first hearing that I had on my arraignment, the judge even said that, like, I don't care about the vandal. Like, he straight up said that.
Well, I mean, in other news, did you learn in jail about that hitman that killed that CEO in New York?
I did. That is scary.
Yeah, that's like probably why some big news going around.
But also, like I said, I'm deciding I'm just going to worry about trying to get out as soon as possible. And my plan is to, Bob is saying I need somewhere to be. I'm aware of that. I don't know if the Vanderwolves will just meet me at the jail, and I will just do whatever they want, because I want to focus on being brave.
Clark thing. I try every time to tell him that Dre's a fake. He doesn't listen.
What's going on with the,
he doesn't.
if I get released and they're wanting to hold off for the time being until I get the apartment, then my best odds is just to try to get out and get the apartment.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously that or a halfway house, because they might force you to go to a halfway.
Well, here's another thing. I would have to plead to a deal, like a plea deal, to go to a halfway house. And I don't think that they want to, or the Vanderwolves even want me to plead guilty, because I would be pleading guilty to a felony.
I mean, I honestly...
And if Grace is saying, if Tina is saying that, they don't want me in and out of jail, then it would be best to just try to resolve everything.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's probably, you gotta focus on yourself too. I get what you're saying, but I mean, so how are you doing in the Oklahoma Cimarron as the food? Do they serve food? Do you get to go outside or anything?
Right. And I wish I could talk to Tina. I wish I could talk to Grace. I don't know if that's something that they would be up to at this point. I have to wait and check right now. But I'm clearly wanting to try to figure out that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really help with that right now because I don't have content either, and I haven't talked to Bob or anything either, and I don't want to get everything mixed up. I'm just worried.
Well, yeah, and another thing I don't get is why everybody is saying that the relationship with Grace was never a thing. When in my legal discovery, I see every single lie from Bob, from my biological father, from Dave, from Tina, and Grace, including previous hospitalizations. So I can see every single lie before I even met Grace.
And there were a lot of lies, so I mean, that's probably why people are trying to doubt it.
They're just trying to, at this point, what the court system is trying to do is they're trying to sabotage my career, and they're trying to sabotage my relationship with Grace. Because they've already said I'm the victim, and that came from my public defender, and they also said that my case should be dropped.
I agree that your case should end up being dropped. Also, at that old jail, did you ever meet that Jared Fogle?
Hey, how are you?
Merry Christmas. Pretty good.
Merry Christmas to you. So, I have emergency news.
Is it good or?
No. So, I am at Turkishay, Oklahoma.
Jeez.
In a stupid county jail. They moved me from the place I was at to here with no date on when I'm supposed to be moving, no information, nothing.
It makes no sense.
Discovery and the Vanderwolf, and apparently the relationship. But he will not talk about anything until I'm out of jail. And he is denying contact with Bob. Bob, on the other hand, is denying contact with you, the Vanderwolf, and my father, my biological father, Travis Larson.
Jeez, this is a whole mess. I just don't. Why did they move you to Grady County Jail? That makes no sense. You were already in Oklahoma.
Right. And I'm less than like an hour away. Like, everything is useless. And not only that, everybody now is just denying contact with everyone whatsoever. And my legal discovery says otherwise. So there is some undercover something going on. There's contact going on they don't want me to know about.
I mean, I completely...
And I call bullshit.
No, I agree. That makes no sense. And the fact is, they're supposed to have you in Springfield by January 1st. And if they don't, you were supposed to be released. But now they're trying to do some twisted things and move you all around Oklahoma. And now you're
right.
in...
They're trying to do some sketchy shit. And they're sketchy things. And unfortunately, I am calling manipulation. I think that they are just trying to manipulate everything at this point. And they're just trying to do sketchy stuff, just like what you're saying.
And I mean, and I kind of did a little bit of research on the jail you're in right now, and it's probably the worst one you've ever been in. I mean, just based on what I was reading online, it's one of the worst.
It's one of the worst. Yes, that is true. There's nothing. I'm in a cell with no books, nothing to read, nothing. Literally nothing.
Yeah,
23-hour lockdown.
That's weird because 23-hour lockdown. There's even like that famous Tiger King guy is in your jail apparently. That Joe Exotic guy.
I don't even know, but yeah. Also, my father is saying as soon as I get out of jail, I need to contact him because he's got information, but he will not speak to me while I'm in jail.
That's
and he was complaining about $10 for a phone call. And Bob is still on and off doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining about it. I just had to set up an account on that website, and of course your county won't let you do messages, video calls. The only thing you can do is apparently what I found out. Like, they have nothing. I mean, you're in a terrible place.
Yes, I know. But all I can say is if I'm not at Springfield, at the medical place, by the 31st, on January 1st, my case needs to get dropped.
I agree.
Because otherwise, it's going to be manipulation, and that means I can turn everything into manipulation as well, and then they really won't have a case.
No, I agree. I mean, it really doesn't make sense legally. I've even talked to some people in the legal standpoint, they don't understand. They say, if you're deemed incompetent, then why aren't you somewhere where you can become competent? You know, it doesn't make any sense. They're just keeping you in a random jail in the middle of Oklahoma and thinking you're going to get better. That makes no sense.
Right. And then also, I guess to go along with that, also kind of ridiculous, but I do have some more information about my, oh my God, what was I going to say real quick? Hold on. About my competency bullshit.
Okay.
Springfield is supposed to be a competency restoration program. I was deemed incompetent because Grace ordered, from my understanding, Grace ordered the mental health evaluation. The mental health evaluation was supposed to get done in Inglewood. Okay?
Yes, yeah.
And somewhere along the line, they deemed me incompetent to withstand trial. Those are two separate things.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Those are two separate things. And then not only that issue, but then I found out that they were saying that my relationship was not real with Grace. When I first got arrested, my public defender said that after the 45 days at uncle would. Then I would go to a competency hearing. At that competency hearing, if they deem me incompetent, my case gets dropped. But if I am incompetent and my case gets dropped, they can order me to go to a medical facility in the BOP, like Springfield, for 4 months.
Yeah.
Then, apparently, they did the competency evaluation without me. Okay? My legal discovery on my indictment straight up says that I was apparently they're claiming that some hire company or like I am a employee of another company, meaning that this other company or whatever this company is being held accountable for my actions.
Weird.
Which is weird because unless Bob or my father signed the contract, you see what I'm saying, behind my back, then there would be no contract ever signed, unless verbal.
Yeah, no, I don't
And
think...
unfortunately, there is no such thing as verbal unless just the relationship.
Yeah, no, you should have a full ownership over, yourself and everything. Like, you're your own adult.
Right, exactly. And for some reason, they are saying that is not true. They're calling me a liar. And my legal discovery is acting like Tina or somebody, Grace, has legal guardianship over me.
What?
Which is very, very suspicious.
Yeah,
It doesn't say that, but it says that I am what's the word for, like, an employee of a company breaking a law under a...
I don't...
It's got a name for it, but yeah. That's what it says.
Jeez, that everything just seems like a whole suspicious active case, and...
It's very, very suspicious, and if anything, it should not be that I am a company.
No.
And they've already found me the victim, but yet they're just throwing me across country in all these stupid jails, like it's a joke. And I also found one of the people that works here at this jail was one of the people that met up with me that went to Oklahoma State University.
Dang, and I'm confused. You said
one of the people that was shooting off the fireworks in the parking lot works at this jail.
Jeez.
So, something crazy is going on.
Wait, you said you're on 23-hour hold, but you were calling earlier, so do you have a phone and like, you're able to access, or how does that work? Or they
No, just because of Christmas, they're giving me because they don't do any, like, extra anything, so they're just being nice to me.
Oh, okay. What'd they feed for Christmas today? Anything good, or?
Absolutely nothing.
What? There was no...
And Bob just, is being kind of a jerk about everything. He's like, I need to change my behavior around. I need to change myself around. And I'm like, dude, like, how am I supposed to do that when you kept me homeless, when even my father says that you, meaning my dad, my mentor Bob, was straight up being the issue all along.
Yeah, I can't believe...
It's ridiculous at this point.
I'm just glad that Nicholas dude is gone, too, because I don't know. He might be arrested. I'm not sure what happened to him.
I have no clue. He was just acting kind of weird. He was helpful, but, there was some suspicious stuff going on there.
Yeah.
And also, Bob told me he blocked you.
Oh, well, that's probably the reason why he doesn't answer any of my texts.
I don't know. But I don't want to hold you phone.
Okay.
I do want to ask you, so the relationship with Grace is real. That's what we know, right?
That's what I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, Daniel, because I thought it was too,
Right.
but I don't know at this
I
point.
thought it was too, and then there's evidence to say that it was.
Oh,
And then I guess as far as Tina is concerned, I keep being told that she is concerned about future issues. I am too, but at the same time, I also don't know why they're not, there's no proof that they're helping.
Yeah.
And why I'm getting mixed information from my public defender.
It's crazy because Grace I randomly saw on my TV, she just did some performance on, Kennedy show, and, Obama even spoke at it, and there was, a TikTok clip, and the top comment was literally about Daniel Larson. You were the top comment.
What did it say?
It said, isn't this who's dating Daniel Larson? And it had the most likes out of all the comments.
So, because I keep being told by all the correction officers that I am on high security.
Jeez.
They've been separating me in a cell by myself.
Yeah, you're definitely too.
Call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
They did that without warning, and I didn't know why. But if Grace is going public about everything all of a sudden, and even she's talking about or secretly sending messages about me, this is getting weird.
Yeah, I just don't get why they moved you.
I just want things to move forward at this point. I'm getting tired of it.
No, and I would be too if I were you. I mean, basically, we have to see what happens in the next 3 or 4 days. I mean, it's give or go at this point. They have to move you. If they don't move you, I don't know.
They would have to move me before New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Because there's no bus, there's no transportation on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then they're off, from my understanding, a couple days. And then if my case gets dropped,
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
then I would just be on my way back to Denver.
Apparently, he got touched while inside, which is kind of interesting. It's possible it actually happened because it is jail, but you never really know with Daniel, as he does lie a lot. He claimed to be, done that way by other people before in the past. A few times it was obviously just a lie for no reason, I guess just because he was upset. And then there was other times where, it was one of his old roommates that he had videos of him hanging out with, and that was pretty weird and interesting, which I talked about in one of my older episodes. One thing I found interesting with these phone calls was Daniel didn't seem fazed by his own mom dying, and I'm surprised he didn't ask about a will or anything oh, can you figure out if I got anything off of her when she died, like the house or something. But I mean, there's still the stepdad, so he won't really be getting anything. Maybe, I don't think she was smart enough to have money saved beside. But speaking of money, I don't know who is giving him money or commissary in jail. I think at one point he said family and Bob were giving him money, and then he talks about them not giving him money anymore. So I really do not know what's going on there. And like I said before, and I will say all the time, you never really know with him. He's a big liar. But I'm guessing he stopped getting contact with people whenever he got to the mental health facility. Also, at some point, as you heard in the phone calls, Nicholas randomly disappeared. He came back 10 days ago with the letter thing, but it's already been proven to be false. But so far, there's been no new calls from either of these people or anyone else online. End. That's all I have for now. I actually do have funnies for this time. I originally didn't think I was going to be able to have some, but I did end up finding some decent ones. A lot of them are the same, to be honest. They're all kind of comparing him to things he could look like. But although Odin Alpha Deer 1978 on Reddit actually had a pretty good pull with the post saying he's not doing too good in prison. And I'm not going to lie, very legendary pull. I heavily respect it. Next is by Granny Snatcher 420, clever name by the way, saying Mr. President's job after learning new skills in prison. Clay Puppington 52 said Danny bought out the whole theater. As you can see, it's a Darcy Lynn live show and it got sold out. Riz Lorat says I still see him everywhere. And this, like, how do you... AI can never recreate pictures like this, or maybe AI actually created it. Honest Ivory says, I miss him so much. Particular Dash Tutor 8596 posts, this 90s box of chips reminds me of someone. And it actually does look kind of like his reverse mohawk era. And if he says, like, if what he says is true, that he has, like, hair down to his, like, shoulders or maybe longer than Grace's, that is pretty interesting. I'd like to see that. And no one will give him a haircut either. I think they might have probably given him one by now, but he never got to send pictures or do video calls while in jail. Remy _ says everything reminds me of him. But other than that, there's no other funnies. I actually also did not expect the video to be this long. And I'm sorry that the video got delayed. It might be delayed 2 days. I'm still working on the video and it's pretty late right now. And we sprung forward, so I lost an hour of like work time to try to get this out on time. But yeah, like I did not expect the video to go up to over 4 hours now. This is now my longest video because the longest one beforehand was 4 hours and 30 minutes, and now we have beaten that by a bit. Not by a lot, but just by a little bit. And that's kind of just insane. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. I know that a lot of it was just kind of sitting there listening to phone calls and stuff, but I thought all the phone calls and also just keeping media, I really emphasize keeping media and trying to keep it online. And sometimes, stuff goes missing, stuff gets deleted, but it's all in this video. So hopefully you all like that. But I think we'll get a bigger update within the next month or two, maybe in April or May. It'll be mainly case-oriented, I would assume, but hopefully the case does not get dismissed and he faces his time. It seems like he is still delusional in his usual self. I think he probably will be seen as competent while on the meds, because whenever he's actually on the meds, he's not as far gone. And hopefully he gets his sentencing and we never have to deal with him other than jail calls and letters. Let me know what you all think in the comments down below. Make sure to like and subscribe, as whenever more comes out, there will of course be update videos on it. There will be a Josh update video soon. Make sure to follow my Twitter, as is linked in the description below. Thank you all for the support. Like usual, there's going to be more videos coming out. And in the end, I'm PERK 30, and keep God close.